Hello. Morning. Good morning, everybody. We have a couple games to watch this morning. How are we? Top of the morning to you. Top of the morning to you. Hey, Kevbot, Sean, Cartman, Chubby. What's up, the Invisible Man? Josh. Hello, Gory. Good day, good day. I have my coffee. I ordered a BJ. Good way to start off the morning. It's on the way. Hello to Casey Ingram. It's the best way to start the morning sessions, Shiva. I'm telling you. The boys are back. They're all playing. Magnus, Aryan, Eric. Christensen is playing again. So more of the same lineup for Alforspill, except Benjamin Haldorson is playing on the last board for them today. Another IM, a little bit lower rated. Yeah, you can do exclamation mark time. Should work, but yeah, it's 8:30 a.m. 8:30 a.m. Hey, Goblin. What's up, party? So this is what the situation is, just so we all know. First of all, the team that beat Magnus's team, Alforspill, is 4-0. They're the only team in the tournament that's won 4 matches. So every other match between these top teams last time finished in a tie. And it doesn't mean every game was drawn. There were some wins, some losses, but it all balanced out in the end. So the team that's leading the tournament just beat the boys. Everyone else tied, which means that Alforspill is only, one tie away from catching up to all these other teams. And they have the best tie breaks for any club that has 3 wins and a loss after 4 rounds. As for round 5, which is where we are right now, and there are only 7 rounds, so it simply lasts a week. We started on Monday, we'll be done on Sunday. What I think is, the strongest team here, just on paper, with Anand on board 1, is playing Novi Board Chess Club. That's the team that just beat Alforspill and is leading the event. And then down here, these are the pairings for today. Alforspill is, let's say the club is getting the black pieces, which means board 1, board 3, and board 5 get black. So Eric gets the black pieces for the first time this event. Magnus also has the black pieces. Finally, Christensen gets the white pieces. I feel like he deserves those. And in terms of the rankings, it's interesting because technically Alforspill is seated ahead of this club, but I think that's largely in part due to Magnus's rating. Because if you look at the per board rankings, again, they're a small favorite on board 2. And this is only by rating. Small favorite on board 3. They're actually not the favorite on board 4. So we're a small favorite. And then they're a small favorite on board 5. And let's say a bigger favorite on the last board, where Norway, this Norwegian club, has a 25 or 2450 IM. So a lot of the rating gap, or the rating The average rating is being made up by Magnus here on board 1, where he obviously holds a near 200-point rating advantage. So, crucial games when you have Magnus and Eric with the black pieces, the onus on Tari and Christensen to produce wins, I think, is a lot higher. So Christensen, I think, will be super happy to have the white pieces. He's played black the whole tournament. And he's done extremely well, so he's in good form. And Aryan had a tough game last time. Poor guy. He's got to bounce back. He's got the white pieces, and the team's definitely going to need some points from these two. So 1 point is like the minimum between them, but they should be scoring 1.5 or 2 points to be competitive here. But we'll see how the games go. Anyway, that's the situation right now. So Eric is in Magnus's team. Yes. Magnus just played A6. Well, to be fair, A6 is not that weird. I find them E3 weird. I mean, yes, it can transpose to just a regular, like let's say after this move, black played this. Then after C4, it would simply be a transposition. It's just some normal stuff. But E3 is very odd. E3 is very odd. It's just the order of the moves is strange. Blocking the bishop. Korobov is a really strong player with the white pieces here. But it looks like some creativity for the boys. A6. So Magnus looks like he wants to play, like if you play C4, are we playing B5 and E6? So the one thing about taking is it helps the bishop develop in one move, right? So I think we'd probably see something more like this. And then if you move the bishop, you're definitely giving black sort of what they want. You know, the other thing about these positions is that often when black commits b5 before the knight is moved, white's kind of happy with that. Like the general rule is if the white knight's on c3, then b5 is very good. And if the white knight is not on c3, then okay, b5 is fine, but the knight can then go to d2 and b3 and be hitting the important squares quicker. Because let's say usually you want to play a4. Black often reacts with b4. And instead of the knight having to move back, it hasn't developed yet. And so now you can just choose knight d2. I mean, this stuff is still fine for black, but nuances. But when you play e3, the move b3 is probably shortly to follow. Only makes sense. You have to get the bishop out, and now it's not going there. Not going anywhere in this diagonal. So this looks like more of a sort of Zukertort kind of system here. I think that's what they call it these days. Zukertort, Colley system. But not too much going on here just yet. Magnus is thinking a bit more. He's probably puzzled as to what exactly is going on with his opening. Tari with the white pieces here. Ooh, it's playing against the French. Wow. I mean, can people just play like this now? Is this the way that people do it? They just play like this, they castle long, you know, and eventually they kind of expand on the king side a little bit. I look at this position, and first of all, I know it's theory. The amount of time black has spent on these moves also confirms it. However, it's the kind of position that I always am going to prefer white in. You know, I feel like you get those pawns going. Bishop h3 or g2. And it's like black has one idea. Maybe putting a knight there. Eventually, black can really expand on the queen side, but that's a very long-term plan. Yeah, I didn't think the Zouk retort was played at this level either, Loafs, to be quite honest with you. Matt at Twitch, thanks for 21 months, Matt. Cheers, buddy. Yeah. So, move h4 makes sense to me here. But I assume black is very much, like, in theory, in prep here. It's not the kind of prep that white has to be concerned about, but I'm sure black has seen this position before. Can I show the Vichy game? In general, I'm not really paying too much attention to the other games. I know there's some official commentary, so if you are keen to just follow the tournament in general, maybe that's more for you. But I'm following Magnus, Arjen, Eric, and the team from Offerspill. So I'll be heavily focusing on those games here. Hey, Bryce Pohl. Let's go Offerspill. Speaking of, Prime, a full year. Welcome back. New sub badge and everything. Knight b3 for black next. I'm not really sure. I don't think that's... Like, let's say you go here, bishop a4. I mean, first of all, I could just let you take, and am I really that upset? I don't think so. This bishop... This is what I mean about the opening. Like, am I really upset as white? Like, I don't really care about all this stuff. I'm just going to castle, move my knight. Go f4, f5. I gotta be honest, I don't understand this this queenside stuff that well. I mean, I get it. Black wants to do that, but it just feels so slow. Also, white could play knight d2. I don't know how good that is, but you know, then when you move the queen, well, maybe this is good now. Now when you move the queen, maybe you get the bishop. And again, I feel like getting that bishop is quite good here, but bishop d7, rook to b1 played. Maybe just to guard the pawn so you can actually move that bishop. And yeah, I don't think we're too worried about this. So that's Arjen's position. Oh, we have one of the most aggressive openings in chess, played by Eric. The reason I say that, though, tongue-in-cheek, is if you guys were watching the US Championship, Wesley played the white side of the Petrov. And lost. He lost to Christopher Yu. It was a pretty fun game. So I think this is a trendy line these days. One thing I will say is that Eric's opponent is basically at an hour and 34 minutes, and you guys know what that means. You know what that means. Cheers, chess dude guy. Yeah, the Petrov is scoring well recently. It's also just popular. Like, it's just being played as well. I wouldn't say that quite yet, Mickey. Like, I don't think it means we're in for a long game just yet. Sometimes these Petrov positions. I mean, for example, this is not going to happen, but you get my point, though, right? Right? You see how easy it is for like all the pieces to just like disappear, and both sides could be making good moves as well. You know, and games like this, it looks like I'm trying to trade everything off the board, and of course I am to show you how easy it is. But often, like, a lot of the moves I played are considered the best moves. Like, it's just how the Petrov works. So it really depends what kind of game you get. But really, you get a lot of Petrov games where these pieces just get vacuumed off the board, and the game is over before you know it. So I think we need to see, at least I need to see a few more moves before I can really say, like, you know, are we going to get a long game? Are we going to be seeing some interesting attacks? Again, as I said, Christopher Yu just played Wesley from the black side of a Petrov and ended up sacking like multiple pieces, rooks, going on a huge attack and winning the game. So the Petrov is in a good spot right now. I feel like it's a very, very elite opening. Reacher, thanks for the 5 gifted. Reacher 47. Thanks for the coverage. You're more than welcome. We've made it every morning thus far. 8 a.m. Okay, so I'll leave this for now. Eric's down 20 minutes. He's dealing with, you know, he's trying to remember the theory. Not that his opponent has done anything too weird, but the one thing about the Petrov is you have to remember your lines. I wouldn't say easy, Ghosty, but it's, if you know it, it's very, very reliable, very effective. Wow. Interesting. So bishop, b4 check. You guys have probably seen this before. This is very very well-known stuff. If bishop d2, this is like probably the most main line you could ever get. So slightly more new is knight d2, because knight c3 and bishop d2 I think are more common versions of what we see here. Bishop d2 takes I think is the most common. And then knight c3. Knight takes e4 is another, well, can be pretty dangerous actually to play as black. So knight d2, and then bishop takes, and we get this position. Now, there's something I've said probably in habits, also just generally, that when white plays d5, you're basically in trouble as black. And it holds true. Like, I think black has to be very careful here. Of course, black's at, 25-50 GM. It's not forced mate for white if this happens, but it still means black needs to be relatively active here and know exactly what they're doing in order to defend this, because White wants the castle. Bring a rook immediately here. And you can see how black just doesn't have a lot of space for his pieces. So it's not something you walk into without being very well prepped. That's for damn sure. That's right, Loafs. Exactly. Exactly. But Christensen has been informed. Yeah, I think if you play the Petrov, you have to be okay with the draw. Abisfad. You have to be okay with the draw. I don't think you're guaranteed a draw with the Petrov, but I think you have to be okay with it. Like, if you play the Petrov and you're not okay with a draw, then you're playing the wrong opening. Then you should play Sicilian or something. So, usually you want to do Petrov, be okay with the draw, but if your opponent plays a certain way, be ready to continue playing. You might get chances. This looks like more theory. More theory. Yeah. E6. Huh. It's interesting. Hey, Gary. Good morning, buddy. I can never tell with these morning raids. So are you just up? Are you just sending it all night? Got up early. God damn. That's the grind right there. Oh, thanks a lot, Gary. That makes more sense. I was like, that's some chess prop behavior. What the hell? Raiding at 8:30 a.m. Thank you so much. Gary is, yeah, he's known to be a selective degen. Yeah, Eric is playing. Magnus, Aryan, and Eric are all playing, so. Packed roster today. Yeah, I like the term selective degen. Sounds classier than we deserve to be referred to. I appreciate the raid from our classy degen amigo, Grandmaster Gari. Yeah, everyone's playing European Club Cup, round 5. Magnus, Aryan, Eric, and the team, all for spills in action, will mainly be focused on covering their games rather than covering the other games from the tournament or the best games. GB, we lost that match. And that team that beat us is now leading the event. The only team with a perfect score. Nitty, thanks for the 9 months. Reacher, thanks again for those 5 subs. And would you know it, we have 1,600 bits. From Mickey, thank you for the bits, dude. Appreciate the support. A pitcher of beer. It's never too early, is it? That's the... Didn't someone just say something about Germany? It's afternoon here in Deutschland. There you go. You can have a beer on us as well. Thank you, Boner Pull. 1,000 bits. Is this just more beer pitchers? We're all gonna be drunk pretty soon. You in Germany as well, Smokahontas? Or maybe you just know a girl in Germany, because you produce that time very quickly. Is that right, Dr. Sweat? And where is that? Sweden? I feel like with a name like Dr. Sweat, you have to be from Sweden. Thanks, Jadoob. I find this move b6 to be interesting. You know, in a lot of the games, there's prep going on by certain players. Here, looks like it's going on by Frode. Because to me, knight d5 looks insanely logical, right? And then, are we doing this, or are we doing some weird bishop move? Like, there's no way, right? It just looks so odd to give up your bishop so easily like that. But I guess the pressure here means it's hard to develop that. Yeah, I can see it then. I can see it. It's a cool move though. This is the last board. Man, this team loves to play the French. What the hell? Casey Ingram. Look at that. From the realms outside. Casey Ingram. Thank you to Chicken Pants. How long is it now? CP? That's right. Yeah, I remember the name now. Dr. Sweat. I remember that. Jeez. That's a while there. Chicken Pants. My goodness. It feels like nothing. Oh, 1 month, but like, damn. It adds up, boy. Wait, Boner Pull, are you on an alt right now? Like, is this the alt? Your main is banned as well? Wait, do we have a bunch of guys on alts right now? Did Twitch just purge everyone? I think Casey Ingram, you said something about something about Metanix Caro-Kann. You called him like a low T Caro-Kann player, and then you got globaled. What was the username? I can even find the chat. What's the original username? Because I can even find the exact chat. Yeah, it was something about his Caro-Kann. It's crazy. But it was a high T match. Yeah, Metanick and Chicken Pants. It didn't end in peace, though. Twitch intervened. Of course, GB, of course. What was the original name, Boner Pole? Are you sure you don't want to stick with this name now? I recall everyone who's seen your name has liked it. Or maybe that's something you're coming to terms with. Like, you change your name as a 5-minute joke, and after you change your name, everyone's like, wow, great name. Oh my god. Wow, great name. Oh my god, that's so funny. Wow, great name. And then you're like, wait a minute. No one spoke to me when I had my original name. Wait a minute, no one cared about me before. Maybe I should keep this. Hey, Roko. 26 months. Thanks for the resub. Welcome back, Roko. So we got some interesting positions. Whenever you see the French, you know it's going to be a very double-edged game. The French defense should get no respect. We also have some prep on a few different boards. A lot of like very slow theoretical positions. Not theory that's very dangerous, like someone could lose in 10 moves, but you know, like this kind of theory, this kind of theory. Eric is down. Like, guys, look at every single board here. Right? Black is clearly busting out some theory here. It doesn't mean they're better, by the way. When I say, oh, one guy's in theory, it doesn't mean, oh, they're better. It just means that, okay, they've looked at this position with a computer recently. So they're more prepared. They're playing immediately. They don't need to actually sit there and think. They're sitting there and remembering their moves. So an hour 26 here. Clearly Black's in prep. Then you got Eric's game. An hour and 34 minutes soon. Clearly White's in prep. Then you've got this game, an hour 31 minutes. Clearly Black's in prep. This game, an hour, well, now 24 because he's thinking, but it was at an hour 30. Clearly Black's in prep. And then on this game, it's a little more normal. But you see my point that on many boards, like, someone's down by 20, 30 minutes to start things off. The opening phase of the game, you know, rare is it that you understand things well enough that even when you're surprised or you're thrown off, that you can just keep up a good overall pace. And Magnus is one of those guys. But we saw in this position that he started off playing. He started off playing a little bit slower, and then he picked up his speed since then. So Bishop F5 was played after B3. His opponent went Bishop A3. And Magnus said, okay, you want to take that bishop so bad, go for it. And, okay, Black can't castle. What do you guys make of this position? Are we going to see H6, King G8, King H7? Or are we going to see something like G6, King G7? Right? In terms of the pawns, those are the two ideas. The other idea is King E7. And then maybe move the queen or just play Rook E8, King F8. How do you guys think Magnus is going to solve his king problem here? He has to fix the king. He can't stay on F8 forever. Thanks, Matt Amoroso. 11 months, tier 3. And for now, we can say that because of the last move, I believe knight h4 might be a bit of an idea. But let's forget about the fact that other things can happen. Just in terms of the king, you know, if Black could have his way, which one do you prefer? I think there's three options to save the king here. If everyone stays in theory, does that equate to drawish? That's a pretty fair statement. Not always true, but I think it's pretty true. Yeah. Most theory is fairly drawish. Hello, Ponmasur. I think you were unbanned at least, might have been 2 days ago, something like that. But yes, got to be very careful winning a marbles race. You never know when the tables are going to be turned on you. You never know. Next sub battle with Anna, probably in a couple of weeks. Or not a couple of weeks. Not this weekend, but probably the next weekend. Hey, Mickey, was Matt A banned? Quite possibly. I just have the bans, I have the days to unban, and there have been some unbans very recently. I just have them all on a spreadsheet. Eval bar, yes or no? Well, the eval bar is here. It's just not here for people who aren't subs. So we have our tier 3s are currently enjoying the eval bar. But it is a tier 3 benefit here on the channel. Thank you, Disgruntled. Yep. Disgruntled Loafs. These guys really enjoy our eval bar here in our premium elite cabin. Hey, the Malone Ranger. Buddy, I mean, I was gonna talk about it anyway, but now that I see you, I gotta say, dude, not only was Fred again, so Fred again was yesterday. Not only was it one of the best shows, like by a performing artist that I've ever been to in my life, easily, but it was at one of the best venues that I think I've almost ever been to. It was really nice. So then you put those two together, and it was like easily one of the most memorable live event performances that I think I've ever gone to. Fred again was playing all the bangers, like all the bangers from his set. He's also a really cool dude, like really chill. He's like I've never seen an artist put so much effort in their performance and at the same time be conscious of past and future performances. And what I mean is that I feel like a lot of artists, they show up, their tour date is December 5th. So their goal is like make December 5th a sick show. They show up, they go off, December 5th is a sick show. But what Fred was doing was like he had like this whole story going on in the background. He had this like he had his cell phone playing sound clips from all, like that's how he makes all his songs. He's playing the original sound bites, which is just him and his friends goofing around. And then you hear all those sound bites from his popular songs, and you see the really cool way that they were made. It's just shot on an iPhone. And then he's also got the camera recording the crowd. And in the background, you've got his camera recording the crowd from his previous shows. And he's recording the crowd now, probably to use in his future shows. And I was just like, that's pretty sick. And he like stopped at the music many times and had some like moments with the crowd. Like he was his really personable performance. So I was really impressed, honestly. I was really impressed. But yeah, history in Toronto, the location, Malone Ranger, crazy. Crazy. I was really impressed. And I've been to, as you may know, or may be able to infer, I have been to a decent amount of venues, but yeah, it was sick. So I got got a few videos, was vibing, really enjoyed it. So yeah, thanks again, buddy Drew. You gotta see him. Yeah, Fred again is easily one of the best performances I've seen. Fred again, Jake. You know that set we've been playing all the time? The Ain't No Love in the Jungle set? Fred again. He was just in Toronto, so I just saw him last night and I was just saying, yeah, I was totally sick. Totally sick. Like he had some stuff I've never heard. He had some like more like emotional angle, and he's got a great voice. So he has some where it's just really chill, kind of like vibey. But then he's got his like absolute bangers, and when Fred is spinning, like he's so into it. The guy's literally like, you know how some people spin like standing up? He spins, I think, like on an elevated platform. So he's literally like he's like jumping around, man. The guy's just so into his music. I think that's a trend now with DJs, right? As you get older, the Carl Cox of the world, of course, you'll be spinning. You've had your time, right? But you'll be spinning, just performing. But these young guys with energy, these new artists, man, they're spinning and they're so into it. Like, and if you don't look like you like your music, then how am I supposed to like your music? Fred again looks like a fan of his own music. Every time he spins, it's like, damn, did I just do that? What the? This is sick. Absolutely could be Nordic. Absolutely. Because you know when you see H4 here, I mean, of course, the instinct when you see H4. Correct me if I'm wrong for you, but H3, right? To some degree, you're like, okay, let me just stop H3, which looks annoying. Give myself some escape squares. Okay, I'm also taking square away from the pieces. But as soon as you play H3, you're also fixing the pawns for an endgame later, which is perhaps not the ideal situation. And if a knight ever gets to E4, you can't really boot them out with F3 as easily. Because now they have knight G3. Now they have knight G3. So this is interesting. If you go H3, yeah, we might see knight E4. And knight D2 always gets met by knight C3. And then you might see G5, king G7. Don't do Carl Cox like that. No, what I mean is Carl Cox was probably like that, Adam Hartlover, but he's older now. You know? That's like me. I'm older now. These young guys in chess, they're playing high energy. They're playing the Petrov and sacking pieces and checkmating Wesley So. I'm past that, you know? I'm too old for that kind of chess. I've had my time. And the reason why H4 was met by knight here, I believe that knight E4 was that strong. Like it was that annoying. He didn't want the smoke. So he wanted to stop this first. If H3, by the way, of course you have to play G3. I still think you can go for this. Magnus is playing in a fun way here. This will definitely be an enterprising game. Okay, back to this Aryan game. This is pretty much the exact setup I was talking about. He's gone rook b1, h4 g3, bishop h3, and he's castled. Now, I think that's what makes a system like this so dangerous. Like, sure, g3 and h4 and bishop h3 is strong here, but you know, I think some of the stronger players in the chat would be able to identify that plan for sure, and that setup. But I think the 1200s in chat, the 1300s, the 4th, the 15, the 18, you might just play bishop e2. You might just castle. right? And it's not like this is bad, but it's not the real powerful stuff. It's not exactly how you should handle it. And I think that opening systems like this, where there's a very specific way to handle it, are sometimes good value because when you play them at, let's say, a lower level and that, people don't play g3, h4, bishop, h3, then all of a sudden it starts to work out well. I mean, the e-file is more blocked here. There's no pressure on e6. Black can play f6 more easily. There's a little bit more freedom. So I just don't think h4, g3, bishop, h3 is the most common, like, not the first thing that comes to mind. But yet it's been played here, and I like Aryan's position. I think I'll always prefer white here, but I know for a fact that this is theory, and there's still a long game ahead. Black just has this queenside stuff, and I never believe in it. I see it, and I'm like, okay, I just don't get it. Yeah, you put the knight here, but so what? I don't think I'll ever fully grasp this opening. But the engine seems to love it. CJ0467, thanks for the 2-month resub. Sanchez 5272, thank you for the 4 months. And Mangoing P, thanks for the 16 months with Prime. Bom dia. Hello, Savan. How does white attack from here? Well, both sides basically need to complete development and improve their pieces. So, this bishop probably needs to develop. I think for white, you're looking at things like, h5, and then either knight h2, g4, knight f3, or rook e1, knight f1, bishop f4, knight e3, knight g4. But h5 is sometimes a very nice move, just to cover some squares, maybe take the sting at a g5. Is b3 an idea? Sometimes yes. In my brain, I would not even consider stuff like this, even though it's absolutely a way to play sometimes. Here, with bishop a4 coming, I wouldn't bother trying it, but white has a lot of moves he can do before you really get stressed out here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe the queen moves 7. I think white has good 5 to 10 moves here before you really start to feel like you got nothing to do. For black, on the other hand, you also have similar ideas, but pretty soon you're going to move your knight, move your bishop, and I feel like black generally goes for these things sometimes I see knight c8, knight b6, bishop a4, but with the knight here, you're never really getting the pawns going, so I understand white's position more than I understand black's in this case. That's definitely the case. Chubi, thanks for gifting a sub. Good year. 987, thanks for 100 bits. Paying it forward. Hey, Silver Curses. Yagami, that's a fair question. Will you take the knight if it goes to f5? General answer, no. No. Knight going to f5, I don't think does much, so I'd probably ignore it for a little bit. And then eventually I would play g4 and h5, I think. Okay, so Magnus has this position with black. Even time. Aryan down time, but the thing is, Aryan's position is going to get easier and easier. Black's game is like, okay, great. You play all these fast moves. Yes, Aryan's down on the clock here, but Aryan knows exactly what the plans are as white. He knows what he's doing. You just have to be a little conscious of some of Black's pawn breaks here. But for the most part, I like the opening. I think Aryan's got good chances. And the fact that he's down time at the moment can be made up, in my opinion. Airbus Driver, 25-month resub. And it's a tier 3 at that. Wants to make sure he has the eval bar for Buddy Aryan here. Thank you to Airbus Driver. What about white playing b4? We've already kind of talked about that a few times. Again, it's a move. I don't know what else I can say about it. Like, it's a move. Takes, knight takes, bishop a4 is always going to look bad to me. It's going to feel wrong. But yes, it's playable. You can defend with knight d2 there. You can probably maybe take on a5. It's just my instinct about how to play the position is to just say, dude, I don't care about this side of the board, right? And just leave it. But yes, b4 is a move. It's just like not the kind of move I would think of. But I know for a fact that b4 is a big idea here, because then you're actually mobilizing on all the fronts. But when I see b4, I see weaknesses. Like, even if this just gets taken or whatever, like, I just see weaknesses. Here, maybe there's knight c5, but okay. My point is more, getting something like this and maybe taking. Knight goes to a5. Like, white's good in these spots, but you also have to be comfortable dealing with this, right? You have to be comfortable with, pieces getting on c4. So b4 is a move, and I suspect it will be heavily considered by Aryan because he played rook b1 for a reason, right? This rook could be on a1 right now, and there'd be nothing different. Nothing different. If anything, he would just have one extra move, right? To spend somewhere else on the king side. So he's definitely got the rook here for a reason. Probably to play b4, time it right. You do have to be careful. Let's say, I don't know, knight c6, knight f1 to try to do this. You just have to, like, at least be cognizant of bishop takes a3. Eli, you do not have to, no. These games are free to watch. So, b4 is not my style, but a more aggressive player would probably be very keen on it. But just know that when you play that way, it kind of plays into Black's hands as well. Because they're happy to take, getting an open file against your weakness, and they have another knight ready to jump into a5. So, b4 is not my style. Thank you, Spencer. 21 months from Zon Jones at tier 3. The thing is, Zon Jones, 21 months means you can drink in the US, but you can always drink on the Chessbrot channel. That's the thing. Always, brah. Akvaz, thanks for the 37 months with Prime. 3 years, going on 4. The T3s are out right now. Yeah, Nightbot gets gifted subs. And I tell you, Nightbot is he's a regular target for gifted subs. Because he's here all the time. So I like Aryan's game. Magnus's position looks fun. It looks like a fun game. Right? He's got the black pieces. He's playing what we like to call enterprising chess. Enterprising chess. And Eric is has got the most significant time difference, not of the entire event. I think there was a game, was it Aryan's game, where his opponent had an hour 30, he had 26 minutes? Something like that. I recall like some sort of time difference like that. You know, the funny thing about this position is it's very similar to the game that Eric played and won. It is a little bit different, but you remember it was something like this. And, you know, I think white would take this way, but let's say they take this. You know, Eric had a game like this that he won. Black ended up doing this, bishop here, they traded queens. It won't be exactly the same, but he's taken, pawn takes back, and this is the thing about the Petrov. It looks so innocuous, but that's the problem. When you play an opening like this as black, where you're clearly like, you're equal or you're very close to equal, you have to play with pinpoint accuracy. As soon as you slip up, the whole point of the opening is just, I mean, it's completely gone. The whole point of this opening is to play very accurate moves in order to like completely neutralize or nullify any shot of an advantage, any advantage that might exist. And if you mess up like one move or so, then you just feel like the whole point of the opening, all the work that you've done is just for like nothing. You're like, ah, okay, well, if I'm not even going to be equal anymore, why did I bother playing this? Why didn't I just play like e5, knight c6, or Sicilian or something? So I can relate to playing an opening that you know is like you're doing it to be drawish, or you're doing it because it's, you know, supposed to be very neutralizing, and your opponent's playing quickly. They kind of know the theory. It's for sure intimidating. You also just don't want to mess up. Like, if you make a move that's slightly subpar in a Sicilian, okay, Sicilian's a very dynamic opening. Usually, players don't get an advantage in the Sicilian and then just convert it perfectly. In this position, if white gets an edge, I feel like the moves are very easy to play. Not many pieces on the board, not many pawn breaks. Thank you, Schrodinger. Appreciate that, buddy. That being said, this time management is what we call not acceptable. But I'm commentating. So I can assure you this is reasonable. Don't worry, guys. I've done this before. Bishop b4. This is some big prep. Look at this. You talk about Eric's time differential. Well, it's basically the same on this board. And this guy has the white pieces. Christensen, he's down a pawn. He's got the bishop pair, but remember what I said about allowing d5? I said, I mean, you really shouldn't do it as a lower rated player. And definitely, if you are going to do it, even as a grandmaster, you got to be pretty well prepared. So, an hour and a half on the clock for 2 players on the opposing roster. Then you've got this game, which has pretty much evened up here. This game is slow moving. Not too concerned about black's position, but this is, let's say, drawish, equalish. Normally black doesn't win these. And this is obviously a keyboard. This is like the swing state in the election. The last board, Alfred has the white pieces, but black certainly outrates his opponent here. So I think this game is extremely important. This game looks drawish early on, or likely draw result. And then we've got two games. Eric did make a move, queen d7. We've got two games with massive time differentials, but also deficits. Which one is from our team? If you're talking about the last board, it was the guy with the white pieces. I like Aryan's position. I could just be biased for the kind of position that it is, but I think if you look at Black's game, you're not concerned because this is theory, but I just like White's chances. And I also like Magnus's position. He's playing in what looks like a fun way. I mean, Magnus has been playing some exciting games this event, in my opinion. Almost every game has been fun to watch. He's been fighting for a result. I think his first game was kind of the slowest. Yeah, probably loafs. Probably. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. The only discussion is whether you play knight takes c3 first. And there is a school of thought here. I don't think he'll end up doing it, but you might want to stop knight a4, knight c5. That's the only thing. But this feels like too many trades. I don't know. Because here's the thing. If you take back like that, then that's one plan I look at. The other one is just taking. If you take here, okay, maybe knight d2. I think black might want to take like that. Like queen g5, rook g6. This is looking like a knight f1. The reason I like h5 is to play bishop f4 and not deal with knight g6. But I think it all starts with knight f1. Like this stuff, I think you just ignore. I don't think anything goes on there. Eric's opponent is thinking, which is at least something. They're thinking. Good feeling. I think Magnus is feeling pretty comfortable with the spot that he's in, though, honestly. Finally, a move on this board as well from Christensen. Bishop c3, rook e3. And although knight f5 can be played, I suspect queen f4. And the knight also blocks black's... Like, the knight blocks the bishop from developing from f5. And you know, if black can only develop like to the 7th rank, like the rooks never challenge anything. White has a lot of space. So there are a lot of easy moves for white to make next. F6. Yeah, the whole point of this French line, by the way, for black, when white voluntarily does this, is usually to play F6. I'm trying to understand what white is trying to do, because stuff like this always feels wrong. Right? There's no way this is good. And if you take, like, you're also bringing the queen here. Black's about to castle. Doesn't feel right either. Maybe this move was better, but you get the point. So if we take, I don't think we can just try to develop here. But then I'm not sure what to do. It looks so natural. Maybe knight g3, and then if it gets taken, take this way, take this way, and you've got like bishop d3. A lot of pressure down here if black castles. That could be something. Also, not to mention this move. And this move looks great and maybe should just be played. But I was going to point out that this is also possible. I think like maybe queen takes e5. It looks so strong that it might even be better than this, but at least this can be played here. And this looks like a problem. White is just better here. Yeah, I thought queen takes e5 was better, but when you're looking between two options that are fantastic, then I think you're okay. Knight f4 is reaction f6. You're right, Loafs, but usually... Usually for the pawn to get to e5, black has played knight f6, white plays e5, and black plays knight d7. When the knight's on d7, then knight f4 is like very strong. But in this case, the knight's just gone here and the pawn's defended, so I feel like I would see knight f4, I would castle, and maybe the knight feels a little awkward there because of pawn takes. So my feeling is that knight f4 looks playable, but it's not as effective as it often is in the French when white has actually played e5 in this line unprompted, which is odd, right? They just played e5. And usually black has to play knight here, coax knight, coax e5 and then play knight d7. And then knight f4 makes a lot of sense. Yeah, f4 I was looking at. I just think takes castle, and like, isn't white isn't white in a strange position here? Maybe this is more playable than I was giving it credit for. Also, a lot of questions have to be asked about check. Because if you have to play rook g1, then I don't know. There's knight e3, even just bishop d7. Yeah, surprisingly, this move looks really strong. I guess there's bishop g2. Yeah, so probably knight e3. Knight e3. Interesting, because black doesn't have any pieces out, so if you trade away his best piece, then white's definitely going to be better. Knight g3, not g3. What's knight g3? Why? What? Why are you asking 5 times, buddy? Knight g3? I mean, if you're gonna be wrong, have some dignity and be wrong once. I mean, you're spamming it. You're spamming it. Knight g3, oh my god! Relax. Relax. Some moves in Eric's game. Let's see here. Takes, queen e7. Bishop takes. So if you take here, you're going to lose a pawn. I bet that position is even playable, but of course, that's not the consideration. King takes. And then rook e1. To be honest, I don't know exactly what is trying to be played here. But I'm just saying there is a school of thought for king e6, knight takes e4, and even just, I almost want to say bishop takes. Really, you should leave this bishop there because it hits the pawn and start with rook e1 or rook d8, but almost bishop takes. But the point is, I think you go rook here, and white has a bit of a hard time developing. The knight's covered everywhere. Bishop g5 takes. I don't know. Black should always be like, I feel like pretty okay in these. Maybe there are better moves here, like rook d4. I can just see a bunch of positions where maybe Eric's down a pawn, but you can defend nicely. It could be like a massive dad bod shuffle. Also, booster juice. My BJ has arrived, so I'll be right back. But I'm gonna leave the game on here. Magnus seems to be making moves quicker than the Eric game, so I'm gonna leave this on the screen. BJ is here. I'll be right back. One sec. That was a quick one, right? Not too bad. Morning booster juice. Any plans for Thanksgiving? Not really, no. Thanksgiving isn't like a huge thing. Just something like small. Probably do some family stuff on the weekend, maybe Sunday. But I think some families are like, you know, all out for Thanksgiving. You know, huge dinner, maybe the in-laws in town, like that kind of stuff. That's not usually my vibe. Also, I feel like that's definitely more of an American thing. I tell you, the one thing they do on these booster juices is they just like they seal it tight, like you can barely drink the damn thing. They put these like airtight seals on. It's like, relax, guys. Shouldn't have to crack a safe to get the old suction straw in there. But yeah, Canadian Thanksgiving is this weekend. Well, Thanksgiving Monday is the next Monday. But some people celebrate it on Sunday, etc. Oh, look, we got a 68-month resub from Kane VB. 68 months. We're getting damn close to the promised land. Thank you to Kane VB. Thanks, Tulko, for a 2-year resub on the dot. Brand new sub badge. Thank you, Tulk. He's dedicated, but so are you, Tulk. Thanks for the couple years with us. Willie B, 80 months with Prime. Cheerio, 15 months. Thank you to the Cheerio. And Monkraya Krisa Straya. Almost reminds me of Australia, like Straya. Where are you from, man? I'm from Straya. Thanks, Mokraya. All right, let's check these games here. In Toronto. When I see Krisa, I think Argentina. Located in Toronto, they're best in the biz. That's what I was thinking, Adam Heartlover. Exactly. Okay. Buddy Aryan, H5. Knight H4. Knight G2. Knight F1. Ace. You see what I mean? It's a very slow moving game. Black wants what he wants. You know? Both of these moves, white is trying to discourage a little bit. You got Bishop F4 coming. I don't know, guys. I see games like this, and I
always feel like, how is white not preferred here? You know, maybe we can send the pawns, knight g3, f5. Like, I just don't see that black is getting a lot going here. And I do feel like white has a ton of prospects on the king side. So this is what I've been saying the entire game. I just feel like I really like Arian's position. So whatever, go Arian. Eric's game. Queen takes, king takes, and we might get to see something like what I was talking about. So rook e1. Yes, king e6 exists. There's also bishop b4. I'm not sure about bishop b4. Rook check. And knight d5. And there's knight takes c7, so rook d8 I'm not sure works. Maybe, though. And if takes, just take? Oh my goodness. No. Oh, okay, wait. No, that's just, that's crazy. I thought rook d5 was going to be a move here. And I was like, wow, this could be really sick. But then the pure irony is that at the end of all of this is a great line that your knight is just trapped. Sag. I like Eric's chances. I think getting out of that opening with an easy position to play here. I think Eric's dad bot is shuffling. I think black might be down a pawn, but I don't think black's going to be losing this. However, I would prefer to see a position where white makes a real effort to win this pawn. Somehow it happens, and then Eric plays with the active king, and then the counterplay. The way that this, I feel, could be like a strange position for Eric is somehow if white plays like more aggressively like this and doesn't bother trying to take the pawn. So I don't know. Obviously, white's going to have a big think here. He's got to choose the right plan. But bishop pair, very active king in the endgame. The only way you get in trouble is if, you know, there's a lot of like checks and your king gets in danger. But if white's just trying to win this pawn and focus on that, I think we should be okay. We have a prime resub for a full year. Arena Candidate Master. Arena Candidate Master. The ultimate title. Thank you to ACM. Thank you, Sir Winsteak. A happy Friday to all. Oh, you see, the boys are starting to get some moves in. Christensen got a move in. Yeah, time for you to think there, pal. Eric got his moves in. Time for you to think there, pal. Arian is getting his licks in. You know, the comeback is happening. Magnus' position looks also really nice, but I think it always has. It always has. Queen c1, a3, b4, but it's very slow. A very dynamic position. Magnus is really just a beast. Okay, I have to say, of all the games, This one I probably dislike the most, maybe. It's just I don't know much about this stuff, so I don't know what's theory, what's not. Like, is this supposed to be fine? Queen f8, rook e8, is black just completely 100% okay? g6. I just don't really know. The redeeming quality here is that it's probably theory. He played this really quickly, and I feel like he kind of knows what he's up to. So that reassures me. It's a good song. Good song. And on this board, well, I already was quite concerned when I saw this, f6. I never really found a solution to this. I thought maybe the solution was knight g3. That was the best line I found. I liked knight g3. And the thing was, if you take... I thought we take here. And take here. Now, maybe this is no good, but this is one thought I had to try to play f4. But the bishop also becomes really strong. Still, that looked like something. He played takes and then knight g3. Traded and played bishop e3, and of course you're going to deal with e5. Now, it's still okay, because if takes, you can play pawn takes. So, I think he's also chosen a really nice way to play. But dealing with that f6 move was always going to be challenging. I think I like his move, though. Like his plan. e5 takes, I can always take back. And this bishop continues to just suck. It's just terrible. So I like what he's doing. He's gone bishop d3, and black played e4, but are we that scared of e4? I mean, obviously bishop back to e2 here is going to be played. And again, this bishop is really, really bad. However, black is very likely going to play queen g6 here. Or knight d7. Maybe knight d7 first. Knight f6. I was thinking there's an idea to play g4, h4. But I don't mind what he's done. I don't mind what he's done here. It's got to be there, though. He's thinking about bishop c2, b3 maybe, but bishop e2 has to be the move. And for me, black wants to play knight, d7, knight f6, queen g6, and go from there. Maybe bishop g4 or h5. The question is whether you can start with this. Because queen here, I'm probably in the queen b3 camp. Queen b3 or g4. I know it looks very, very weird here, but I think g4 has some merit to it. Rook g1, maybe h4. King is safe in the middle now, yeah. And even long castling, it's reasonably safe. It'll take black some time to get going here. I just think g4 is not an insane move. Queen b3 is maybe the more tempered approach. If bishop e6, perhaps there's knight c5 or b6. And if queen takes, we can consider castling and then just bringing a rook to g1, starting to attack. But that move is the one you want to avoid. So I think white wants to go either queen b3, king d2, long castle, or just play g4. So, what do we think about the positions? I think Magnus is slightly better, or I use that word loosely. Just seems like he's got a position he can play, but I would say draw. Very likely result. But he's got a position he can work. Aryan, have always liked the position. I think we need a dub from Big Tari here. Slightly better. Eric says hello. So this was what I was saying. If white doesn't go for the pawn, I don't think you can just put your king in the center of the board because moves like knight d5 happen. And I just wasn't sure what's happening here. Sorry, not knight d5, knight b5. And you're dealing with two threats. Knight d4 check is just like, I don't know if you're really surviving. That's all. So king c6, covering both of the squares. The dad bot is really shuffling. It really is. We want to get rook d8 next. Go for trades. His bishop's covering the pawn. And I feel like if white ever makes the conceded effort to take it, or try to take it, then you bring in the rook d8. So rook d4 right now, I think bishop c5. And if rook c4, we have b5. So I like it so far. You see how Eric's definitely... I mean, I think he's more comfortable playing this position than the previous one. This move has really put Buddy Alonso in think tank. So some big decisions across the board, but I like the team's chances in this match. Like, which position are we completely scared of? Like, are any of the positions very challenging? This position, I'm not bothered here. I think there's good options. Queen b3, g4. This doesn't scare me that much. Black's very undeveloped. And the bishop is really bad on a7. So, personally, I actually like white's chances here. Black is higher rated, a grandmaster, so that's always significant. But I think Buddy Halldorson can pull it out here as well. We can see a board 6 win, which would be huge for the team. So I don't mind the position. This one looks very equal. Like, the theory is very equal as well. I just have no idea what's going on here, to be quite frank with you. I never know. So this one is very unclear to me, but draw is a huge favorite considering the opening. This position also we haven't really got into because we just haven't seen that many moves. We're only on move 13, but it's usually considered pretty equal as well. You know, I personally like white's chances again. Christensen is putting a lot of pressure with the bishops. He's down a pawn. And then if he ever gives up the bishops, he'll get the pawn back and at least be equal. Is what I think. Eric's position will always have faith in the dad bod. I think a draw here is a likely result. And we like Aryan's chances. And personally, I like Magnus's chance. I'm a big Magnus believer. But apart from that, you know, he's got h4, rook h6. White's pieces, like I said, a3, b4, knight b3 seems like a plan. But that's a lot of moves. I think Magnus can maybe go rook e8, rook e7, knight d8, c6, start to reroute the knight. A lot of options here. This is going to be a fun game to watch, though. Believing in Magnus, super risky take, scorching hot take. I think you guys are being sarcastic, but isn't that actually true these days? Believing Magnus actually is a hot take. A lot of people on both sides. I think so, Tulk. I think so. So I like the chances. Time's even here. Aryan's clock could use some work, but that's the case for all these games. Knight d5, we knew it was happening. A couple moves here. This one looks suspicious because of b4. Might be playable. So rook e8 is the other one. I suspect he'll use that rook. But honestly, maybe this rook and bishop d8 is a plan. But I was thinking, okay, bishop c5, right? Now you're intending maybe to just go rook d8? Not sure. If white plays b4, then I think you go here anyway, and c4, bishop takes b4, although it's pinned, it's with check. Yeah, c4 is very strong. Got to be careful. So yeah, bishop c5, b4, I think that is a pretty good looking move. You know, it also threatens pawn to b5 and knight c7. So it's multi-purpose as well. So I don't think you want to get into this stuff. I think it's just you got to bring a rook to e8. Maybe this with bishop d8, but I think the bishop is trying to get here, so rook e8 and bishop f8 makes sense. So what happens after this? The rook e8. I don't know, c4? Yeah, Eric played rook e8. Makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, the time difference is significant here, but I will say that if Eric is like fine in the next 5 moves, I think he'll be fine potentially for the rest of the game. It depends on what white does, but that's my feeling. Is that this is a very critical juncture. Wow, still no move in this game? Okay, just happened. A5. So, if you take, I think you run into this move. And then black takes back, plays b6 and knight d6, and I think has a fantastic position. Bishop c3, we should also be seeing this move. And then maybe knight a5. Sorry, knight a4. Like, you don't want to just lose this bishop for nothing. I think that's key. Go Magnus, go rook e8. There's ideas like knight d4. Can't forget that. It is irritating twink time, but you also have to remember at least the things that are working for us are the fact that white is way ahead in development. More space and way ahead in development, and the bishop pair. You know, this knight is still a little bit loose. Bishop will be blocked if black plays knight there. Rook is so many moves away from joining the e-file. And it's not clear black's queen has any squares either. So some good stuff for us as well. Hello to Irish Frank. Twink time, Spenny. Good morning, Ralph. Yeah, Bishop c3, Queen g7 mate is a nice dream, nice fantasy world to live in. We can only hope. Yeah, not all games are live. That's correct. X Monolinux. I think they list the games. Like, they show the boards. But I'm pretty sure that at some point they stop being on live boards. Like these ones. Yeah. Like at some point it's just... At some point, your team has to be doing better for people to care about you. That's the cold, hard truth. The team that's leading at the moment is the team that beat Offerspill in the last round. Novibor Chess Club from Czech Republic. Let's go, Aryan. Black is doing some low T shenanigans over here. I mean, I think it's hard to imagine black doesn't play knight a4, a5, b5, b4. That surely needs to occur. Oshu. Thanks, Oshu, for the 13 months. Go Offerspill. Okay, another interdasting move. Like, I feel like black's just kind of shuffling here and there, you know? Not too much going on. Do you like that one, Ralph? I figured you'd be one of the first to explore some of the new BTTV emotes. We have so many more that I can add, so I'll be doing that over the course of the week. I think basically the amount of emote slots doubled, so we have a lot more we can put. Knight d5, rook e8, bishop f4. The dad bot is out. We can see it. How do we survive this position? White's gonna play c4. Is playing the move b5 ever a thing? It's also kind of a weakness in any opposite bishop position. Bishop f8 and chill, eh? Yeah, still bishop c5, b4 looks crashing. Huh. Yeah, this move looks strong. Maybe there's something like this. And no matter which rook you take, I take your bishop, and then your knight is trapped. I think somehow I think this works for black. Somehow I think the whole thing doesn't feel reliable for black, but somehow I think this particular line works. I don't trust it, but if it works, it works. I think you're still losing the knight, though. Oh, some moves. Rook A C8. I mean, it only makes a lot of sense. It only makes a lot of sense. I think black is probably in a bishop e6 mood. Also, I feel like I really want to play a5. Shuffling pieces around. Well, the thing is, you can say that they're just shuffling pieces around here. But isn't white improving every move? I mean, maybe black as well, but I think it's only considered shuffling pieces around if black starts making moves like that, or if white starts like basically not making progress. But so far, if you take the position on the board and you take the position here, like definitely things have improved. Right? So I don't think we can really just say yet that it's like completely aimless shuffling. Nobody wants to win. No one's trying. It's just risky in this position to push your pawns too early before your pieces are set. Speaking of pieces being set, they almost do look set. Yeah, this looks like a classic Magnus position. He appears to be outplaying his opponent, but there's some obvious intentions here. Rook c5, and the knight can't move because the rook takes c7. So, how to deal with that? Rook c5 move is next. I guess rook c5, maybe there's a knight b4. So we could go rook e7. And if rook c5, knight b4, then everything's protected. So that that feels good. Rook e7 played. should you make your senior quote, but okay, there's plenty of compensation. Senior quote. What is that, like when you graduate, the quote that goes in your yearbook or something? Are you a good looking dude? I think if you're not a good looking dude, you should drop your Instagram in your quote and tell the ladies in your class to look you up in a couple years. I think not enough people drop their Instagram in their yearbook quotes. It's free marketing. Free marketing. Free social media marketing. Just drop the link tree in there. Like, let's say you're looking through your yearbook 5 years from now, and all the ladies in your class had their Instagrams linked. How helpful would that be? Why isn't that the norm? Knight on d2, yeah, pretty much on the worst spot on the board. a3, b4, knight b3, but it's so many moves to do that. And once you do it, you're not even like, it's not even that good. The white TW, no, not planning on it. There we go, guys. F4 played by Aryan. But Aryan, like, this is why I don't get the stupid opening. Like, someone is gonna have to actually, sit me down, have the tough conversation, and explain it to me. What is this opening? Black has been just, like, doing absolutely nothing, it feels like. Knight a5, knight b3. Like, unless you're playing a5, b5, b4, what are you doing as black? I hate this open. I don't understand it. Can you really just sit there and do absolutely nothing? And draw? This is very strange. But anyway. Magnus's position looks good. Aryan's position looks great. This is the current position in Eric's game as well. Okay, finally we got some moves here. Bishop c3, knight f5, queen d2. Because of queen f4, I was thinking knight a4, but at least queen d2. There's bishop takes a5. And if you play b6, I don't know, maybe b3. Is the order of the players shuffleable? I don't think so. I think it has to be by rating. Oh, look at this, guys. Look at this. I don't know if I'm right here, by the way. But after queen g6, he did play g4. Something tells me this is the right move. It just feels right. But he did g4, he did h4, he did h5, and he did g5. That's a full send. He just spent 4 pawn moves. And in exchange, black got some pieces out. So I like g4, but I'm not sure about this. Still, it does have some logic to it. You know, the knight is kind of dominated, but queen e7 is kind of saying, I want to play c5 now. And now that white's done this, it's like, okay, great. Any pawn you push, I push the opposite one. Now black has the break with c5, and you start to wonder, what does white have against that? Because at least c5 is an idea. That's a forward progress, you know? Rook b1, there's queen takes a3. Maybe this is a move. And try for b6. I'm curious what the engine thinks here. Queen b3. Yeah, it's interesting. h4 at once because it literally doesn't care about this pawn and just wants to play king d2. Alpha. I think this is fine for white, though. Interesting game. Interesting game. Yeah, I was curious what we thought about this, but like bishop e6, h4, this is just an initial evaluation. Like, it starts to like it a little bit more. It's just hard for it to make up its mind. Anyway. It looks like we're in a good spot there. However, I think this objectively is tough to deal with. I would play queen b3 to try to have the move b6 ready. But make no mistake, black's going to move his rook and then go for c5. That's the plan here. All right, so I think we're in a good spot on this board. This board, I mean, there's only been 14 moves made, and we have a huge time advantage. So that part I do like. That part I do like. Queen f4. Okay, so what about knight a4? This was why I didn't like this. Bishop d2. Knight takes b2. I thought was bothersome, but maybe not. Maybe you can play this. Whole thing is a bit of a mess. There's probably also other moves, though. There's a little X-ray there to worry about as well. I don't know. Yeah, bishop d3. I thought takes, but I guess the idea is to take back. It just feels wrong to lose this bishop, but yeah, the pieces, the quality of the pieces is also important. g4. Bishop g7 after knight a4? I don't know. Maybe it does work, but you're going to have to tell me, soft skin, this is not how it works. If you're going to sit there and say bishop takes g7, you can't say, why does it not work? It's the opposite. You got to tell me why it works. So, hey, you might be right. But the point is, you can't just sack a piece and be like, why doesn't this work? It's like, well, you're sacking a piece. It's obvious why it doesn't work. You're down a piece. You have to tell me why it works. Bishop takes g7. Go off, king. Go off. h3, h5. Yes, makes sense, makes sense. Hello, Jeff.
My laptop.
Beast. Oof. I'm good, thank you. Just heard the rumblings of a major beast in the house. Again, Tian Khan, we need more than something like that, you know? You want to tell me here, and after bishop takes g7, knight g7, that there's queen h6, knight g5, something like that? It's like, we need more than something like that. What's the line? What's, you know what I mean? What's the... Hey, it might be good, but we need the line. There's no something like that in chess. Actually, I'm going to win because something like that might work. Haha, funny Monkey Man, thanks for the Prime sub. Jeff Su, or Jeff PSU, thanks for the 8 months with Prime. And LeBomb7 for 2 months with Prime. Welcome back. Okay, Eric's time getting closer and closer to even. Aryan, I mean, I feel like Aryan's just been biding his time all game. I just don't understand this opening. Is Aryan not just better, like so much better? I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Like, what kind of game is this from Black? You're just suffering, start to finish. Not a single thing that Black has done has really made sense to me this game. But this is why the French just sucks. Like, it just... This is a 2677 playing it. I don't think Aryan's done anything spectacular. It's just the opening looks like trash. Okay, it's weird that he played rook c5 because I thought knight b4 was quite a strong move. And after knight b4, knight c4 has been played. What in the full... Whoa! Okay, well, let's see it. Because if I just move my queen somewhere, not only does b6 now trap the rook, the knight is hanging, and knight d3 is hanging. So let's just say, I haven't even calculated this position at all yet. But I'm just saying, let's say I play queen d8. Somehow I'm in a position where I'm threatening 3 things at once. which is like, you know, it's serious, right? It's serious. So that's the first thing. Threatening 3 things. I think there's way more to be calculated. Knight e5 looks like a strong response because while I'm threatening 3 things, this also covers 3 things. Impressive. There's a hanging pawn here, but no, you never want to bother taking that queen d2, let's say. Rook e5, knight d3 doesn't really add up to anything. But knight c4 has been played, and certainly there are a lot of options. We can take that. We can also start with knight d3, but I don't think we want that at all. Hmm. Maybe this isn't crushing right now. Maybe we just need to make a move. Because, you know, one option is like c6. Does the knight get in trouble here? Maybe. If a3, then knight d3. Queen d2 is kind of annoying, though. Knight c4. Well, if takes, then rook takes here, and I think this is very good for white. f6 is indeed an option. A great point. This queen needs to go somewhere. To me, it makes more sense to guard the pawn. And then it's like, you know, queen d2 or something. Something like this looks pretty reliable. Everything's covered here. I guess f3 can be done, though. But still, black's like one move away from just having a great position. Magnus has a very interesting position to deal with here. Queen e6. I think it's the same thing as queen d8. That he just wants to boot the knight out, but is e6 just a much better square than d8? So knight e5, because it seems to be the spot where you can play knight e5, cover knight d3, stop b6, and get out of that. So knight e5, and now c6. I feel like this is the move I want to do. Knight takes a2, queen d2. But if queen d2 anyway... I don't think this works. So it's got to be f6. Must be f6. And then... queen d2. And yes, there's e4 and c6 again, which, yeah, might just be very good. Or there's pawn takes, but no, you don't want to mess with that. D pawn is hanging, so I guess, is this the line? This looks really solid. Now these pieces look silly over here. And black seems to be having a big initiative on the king side. Big initiative. Queen e6. I feel like Magnus is in control, though. That's one thing. Looks to be very much in control. And I think that's valuable here. Exenol. Thanks for the prime sub. A new one. Carlinos, welcome. Thanks to Chubi for the gifted sub. Appreciate Chubi. Aryan is just... I mean, he appears to be cruising here. Not like he has a forced win or anything, but... I mean, the game has been so simple for him. Rook f2, knight d8 only move. And then how does he go from here? He could try knight into f5. Of course, it would maybe be taken. knight f4, king here, and there's an idea to play knight f5. I don't know. It's just like Aryan. I think Aryan's gonna win this game. His opponent is playing like so strange to me. I really don't get it. What's up, 29 Juanito? Definitely Tabar Jack. Yep. This bishop needs to move. That square is a very operative square for the pieces. Bishop d2 is one move, but it kind of blocks the rook, and if this move ever happens, it's nice that it's already defending it. When you're moving your bishop back because you want to use that square, just look at like where your pieces might want to be. Bishop f4, why would I block my rooks and take a knight square? Bishop d2, do I need to be on this diagonal? No. So why block my rook from defending my pawn, and why not defend the pawn myself? All that matters is being on this diagonal and being able to move to any of these squares. So just tuck the bishop back to c1. I think that's clearly the best square for the piece. So looking great for Aryan here. Eric's position, he has gone that a5 move, which I love, but he has a lot of proving to do still. We're still in the thick of it here. a3. And if a4, then suddenly there are ideas like just knight back to c3 he has to reckon with. So do you allow b4 though? Do you allow b4? Magnus is crushing, is he? Well, I mean, look at the moves being played. Not even knight e5. Knight b2, that's just well, that's just depressing. Because now you can just work on this bishop, right? This bishop looks to be an issue. And on queen d2, there's even b6. Because now the knight's not even on e5. b6 before there was rook c6, but now b6 does it just win material? Right? I think the rook is just trapped. Magnus is crushing, but I mean, maybe knight e5 there were answers for black with f6, but surely knight e5 was better than knight b2. Knight b2 is so weird. Can't take on d5. Well, knight takes c1 and knight e2 check looks disturbing. Yeah, both of them are good reasons though. Chill chess, like, yeah, you can save your knight, and the rook is even trapped. So, okay, Magnus crushing. What else is new? Aryan having a think here. I suspect he'll go with bishop c1 because I don't see any other breakthrough. This was my first instinct actually, was knight h4. I mentioned it, but then I saw bishop c1 and I liked bishop c1 a lot better. But knight h4, I know it looks like bishop takes is great, but allowing that pawn to be attacked, all of a sudden white can just switch the energy here. And to be honest, the pawn's just dead. Like, it will be attacked to oblivion. So, I don't know. I can see Aryan just has a feel right now. He's got bishop c1 in his pocket. He's got other moves. I like what he's doing. I think he's in a good spot here. He's also on move 32, guys, because they've been shuffling so much. He's on move 32. So I don't think he's going to be in any time pressure issues at all. Love Aryan's position. Of course, love Magnus's position. I've been saying that for a while. Magnus is just in his zone right now, like in the tournament in his zone, not even just in this game. He just seems to be crushing everyone that's in front of him, leading from the front. Eric has played bishop f8, securing the bishop pair. Well, there's no question that this is the move, right? This is what wants to happen. Now, after this, what in the hell are we planning here as black? B6 maybe? To hide there? Maybe B6. Guard that, and then B5, slide the king back. It's just nice to have a place to put your king, right? Like, it just feels good. You know that you're never going to have to take a journey up the board. Thanks, Purspringer, for the gifted sub. How about this board? Queen f4, bishop d7 played. Oh yeah, I forgot about d5 Halley in the Magnus game. Somehow, like I mentioned this move was trapping the rook, but it escaped me that this was the case. But yeah, bishop e4, and if bishop takes, queen takes, there's mate. Have to play this, and then you lose this pawn, and the knight escapes, so I guess you're just crushed. Bishop e2, b6, knight a4. So this is maybe an interesting spot. Takes, and if you lose this knight, I still think it's very reasonable for black to lose this game. Right? The compensation is there. So how does black do this in a nice way? After knight a4. The knight is hanging anyway. How does black, you know that you're winning, let's say. How does black prosecute the advantage? Yeah, moving the bishop out of the way is not enough, right? After queen e4 check, there's other moves. But definitely taking here and allowing this does not feel good. That does not feel right. Aryan has played the Giga Chad move, bishop c1, at long last. The knight is reaching the promised land. The knight is reaching d6. The game should be concluded in favor of Big Aryan. He is a conversion task ahead, but he's not going to be in time pressure. He's getting to move 40. I think he's just played a great game all game. But we need that win from Aryan, if he can pull it off. We have seen in Eric's game b4, b6. Not only is that a quick move for Eric, I think it's a good one. So I like the way Eric's played. He's stopping g4. He's now saved the bishops. Bishop pair. The question is what move to play next for Eric, but okay, white also has to make a move here. I really like b6 though. Now I do feel like we're very close to
the best position we've had all game type of thing. Some time pressure here for Buddy Christensen. With 16 moves played in this game and 10 minutes left, 11 minutes left for white here. Let's not forget, there are a lot of moves to go. Meanwhile, pieces being traded left, right, and center here. I guess white is slightly better, but look at the time difference. You know, with 10.5 minutes as white here, I don't know if you're really pushing super hard for win. You might want to, but I'm not sure that you are. Okay, this board is going to be, you know, this is a crapshoot. A very important board for this match. Rook h4. What is rook h4? I wonder. I think he wanted bishop g4. Is that right? Because, yeah, I mean, I don't know. King d2 comes to mind. Doesn't look crazy, right? King d2, and then maybe try to use the c file. I feel like white's been playing well this game. That's my general stance, is that white has played a good game. He got his b6 move in. I kind of like the knight on a4, if I'm being honest. What I am not sure about, though, is this move, because it looks like it's doing a short-term task, and in the long run, that rook is going to have to reroute. Pajama Day Enjoyer. Yeah, that's a good point. Prevented bishop f4. This is a very strong point. But king d2, I think I would have had in this position for a while. King d2 looks like a good one. Now, if knight takes d5, queen f7 is nothing for white. Bishop there, rook takes. Knight e4 is nothing. So what do you do here? King d2? Is king d2 crazy? Or is there going to be some kind of BS like knight c5 happening, you know? I don't know. I guess there's bishop c4 here, but... Ugh. Maybe this one is better. Now there's no bishop c4. Yeah, this should be okay for white, though. Should be good. But it's very scary to calculate this stuff. He's also down on time. We're on move 26 in this game, so he can make that time control. This game looks drawish. This game, anyone can win. This game, I like Christensen's position. I do with the white pieces, but he's got 11 minutes, and he's got to make 25 moves, 24 moves, 25 moves. That's a lot. That is a lot. Hello, buddy Kukulov. Good to see you. All the boys are playing today. Magnus, Aryan, and Eric, board 1, 2, and 3 respectively. So yeah, everyone's playing today. This is Eric's game. He's down on time, but let's say the time disadvantage was much worse before, and I think, don't know for sure, but I think Eric's been playing some really good moves. The problem is, I think he's kind of out of good moves in the sense that he's out of obvious ones. H5, b6, a5, rook c8, bishop f8. These have all been great. But now he's got to make a different move. So bishop e6 is one that
that I would think of. Bringing a rook to d8 is another. g6 looks wrong to give up that square. Yeah, so he goes rook d8. I feel like Eric's got a good grip on this position. Bishop e6 next. What club are we playing against? It's a team from Spain. I'm not sure the exact name. But team from Spain. As you can see, the majority of the opponents, predominantly Spanish. But I think I like Eric's game here. I think he's in a good spot. Tari has been dominating since the beginning. Magnus, speaking of dominating, is dominating here, but that last move, knight a4, is very, very difficult to handle. Because although Magnus is going to win some material here, positionally, he's going to be worse. Let's say that you take the rook, white takes back, you got to move your queen. Okay, I pick a square. Queen takes knight. And, you know, yes, you can play bishop here, maybe rook here, but you're not going to win that by force. Okay, maybe bishop here is not the best example. Queen f3, this could get good. But honestly, if you trade queens, this is what I mean. Even though black's up material, it's not totally convincing that it's winning. Because breaking through, the rooks are only going to be useful if there's open lines. There's one open line, two open lines, but you know, the knight's guarding the pawn and this guy's well defended. So it's really tough to find an entry point. Magnus is no doubt thinking about, you know, clearance tactics on e4. There's a lot of bishop moves to consider. A lot. Well, if you trade these bishops, absolutely Nimzobo, but I don't think you're going to find it's that easy to do. Knight f5, knight c8. Black is desperately trying to hang on. And this is probably not enough. Although, even this doesn't look that bad. But yeah, you probably don't want to go into that. Thanks, Henry. Henry Hetulifantje. Lifantje. Is this Dutch? TJE has to be Dutch. So, assume that Magnus can win this. We get a point from Magnus. I think Aryan wins this. We get a point from Aryan. Those still require conversions. So that's not, you know, that's not black and white. But I think we can get 2 points there. Eric with the black pieces here. I think a draw is a very good and likely result. This position, we're low on time. Like, for sure, draws. Like, once you know you've got 2 good games on your team, everyone else can start thinking draw.
Now, white still has stuff to play for. So does black with the extra pawn and the time advantage by like 20 minutes. But I think here we'd be happy with a draw. Here we definitely want to draw. This is the the white pieces for the opponents. You want to be pretty solid here. And this game is the volatile one. Yeah, I was wondering when we'd see bishop g4. Because that is going to rip open the d-pawn for the taking. I have thought for a while that Halldórsson is putting together a pretty nice game with the white pieces thus far. For board 6, biggest rating differential, I think he's playing really well. Nicola, thank you for 1,000 bits. Z the Pony, 3 years with us. Z the Pony, welcome back. New sub badge, looking great, bud. Thank you for the resub, and good morning, Nicola. Isn't b6 hanging? Yeah, I think there's a lot hanging. Knight b6. Maybe I could play even knight takes e4 there. I think black's coming out the good end of that though. Knight here, knight takes e4. Maybe rook takes. And this looks like an automatic sack. But I guess technically you could go here. Just looks unnecessary. Epapus Jr., thanks for the 7 months with Prime. Twitch Prime again. Got another one. Rook c4 played. Okay. What the hell? I guess that somehow does defend things. Because we're in a big spot here, buddy. Big spot for buddy Halldórsson. Everybody's kind of in the think tank at the moment. I like the move as well. And you know, Halldórsson's in time pressure here. I know, because that's the annoying part. I don't see... And the thing is, white's position looks very artificial if there's no cohesion. If there's no, like, rook takes e4, knight e4, like... If there's no threats to be executed in the center, then these pieces start to look very disconnected. Jamade Enjoyer. You're coming in here. And you got a lot of energy with your lines. Takes, rook e4, d5, rook c3, takes. Looks okay for white. It's like a... You know, I said this about the Hans situation, which was if you suspect he's up to something, and then he proceeds to win all his games, then you're like, oh no, he's definitely up to something. See? And if you suspect he's up to something and then he proceeds to lose all his games after the suspicion, then you're like, ah, now we're on to him.
He's not doing it anymore. So he must have been doing it the whole time. And it's like the same thing here. Like when people just say, hey, why don't you just do rook h3? They'll just suggest one move. Or they'll be like, hey, I'm on, rook takes e4 works. And I'll be like, what? I want you to give me the whole variation. Right? You got to give me the whole variation. And you can't just shout out a move. I'm going to assume it's the engine move. But then when you guys read out the whole variation, then I'm like, well, if you're writing that whole variation, then you're probably also using an engine. So you guys can't win either. You guys are in the same situation. There's no winning for y'all either. I think this is a little bit too much, but it's tempting. The thing about this move is the rook started on c8. So if black can now go rook c6, that's a huge improvement on rook c8. The question is this move good? And the answer has to be yes, right? If it was good on c8 and white played bishop g4, then surely it's better on c6. If we take this, queen f7 has pretty much always been the answer. And at this point, it's like, how do you defend the pawn? Do you really play knight a4? Knight a4 is like, then you're undoing two moves. Because after bishop d6, it felt like there, I don't know, it felt like there was at least something here. King d2, rook c1, whatever. But then we saw knight c3, bishop g4, and now we see bishop back. And he didn't play that. But my point is, after this, if we have to play knight a4, then we're undoing two of our moves. And that just doesn't feel right. Taylor R, thanks for 31 months of Prime. D Merc 37 for 20 months. We can make it to 6,969 subs today. A very special number. 6969. Low Exaways. Is there a place to see Eric's live rating changes? No. No, I think that's only for 2700 plus. That's the only site I know that does it. Maybe there's more, but I'm unaware. Okay, only 7 minutes here. Only 7 minutes for Big Forsen. Whoa, eviscerated. Okay. That's definitely some headway. That's definitely some headway. Oh, Skinny Cuz getting involved as well. I tell you, this 6969 is it's a real special number. It is. It means a lot to the people. But we got to hit it on the nose. Eviscerated, 25 gifted. Skinny Cuz, 10 on top of that. We are pushing for 6969, but we can't miss it, guys. That'd be the worst part. We're 6,954. We got to be careful. We got to be careful. Tread carefully here. We can't overshoot. We got to hold steady, hold strong. We got eviscerated, leading the charge. Cuz soon to follow. We can't have their effort and their support be for nothing. It's about 6969. Let's keep it within reason here. Clobberino. 10 gifted subs. Careful, guys. Careful. Careful. Pony XS with a brand new prime. Booty Doctor with a brand new sub. Careful, guys. Careful. Doobie 1107. Guys, two more. Two more. We have to see it officially on the Nightbot command. Let's tread very carefully here. Guys, one at a time. This is like a logic puzzle, like Prisoner's Dilemma or something. There we go. There we go. We did it. 6969. We saw it in chat. We got exclamation mark subs in there. We didn't miss it. There was a moment where it was in chat. I have the screenshot. I see it right here. I see it right here. Important. Even though, of course, we overshot it, we still had it ingrained in the chat history. Yes, George Costanza. We couldn't have done it without George Costanza. You might be sitting there thinking, 25 subs, 10 subs, the 25 gifted, the huge bombs, the support for everyone, the community. But really, who is actually putting the legwork here? I think it's George Costanza, the unsubbed pleb, the one who typed exclamation mark subs in the chat. He's the one really putting in the legwork here. Huge shout out to George. No, but we also had a bunch of new subs in there. Thank you, guys. Oh, did Magnus just play Bishop H7? Literally the engine move? No, these are some world champion beads. Bishop H7. God damn. Eviscerated, cuz. Thanks for leading the charge, boys. I appreciate it. We hit 6969. It was brief, but just sharing that moment with y'all, that was special. Clobberino as well with the 10 subs. Pony XS, Booty Doctor, Moista. Thanks for the resub. 21 months for Moist. Appreciate it, Mr. Moist. We had Anonymous gifted sub. Cuz with another one. Kukulov, appreciate the 2. That would have done it, but everyone had the same idea at the same time. Thank you to Kukulov as well. Azza123 with a prime sub. TH Toaster gifted to George Costanza. Very deserved. Quad EXE, thanks for the 2 months. And Exaways, thanks for gifting a sub to 69. Literally the username 69. Gabranth, 15. Thank you, Big Gab and Big Gob for the bits. Gab and Gob. Hey, Seth. Yeah, I mean, this move by Magnus is pretty dirty. There's Queen E4 coming. F3 would be forced, and then Queen takes E3. Right, so let's say this move happens. Then Magnus would go like this, and probably like this. And, okay, lots of reasons why it's winning here. Exactly, Chubby. You're on to me. You're on to me. Actually, guys, we hit 6,969. Now we have to hit 9,696. Actually, let's get the train going. Plowy says, greedy bastard. Plowy, you must be new here. I am a greedy bastard. You've got me red-handed. Never satisfied. It's a good song, Pretty Tony. I'm playing from our lounge playlist on Spotify right now. Lounge playlist on Spotify. Hey, Nitsid Prime. Buddy Dustin, as we're close to 7K, it's the 7K push. It's also a big push for OfferSpill here. They are technically seated higher. I can show you guys this real quick. They're technically seated higher, 7th and 8th, but a lot of the reason is because the average rating is brought up by Magnus, right? Of course. So on the other boards, I think they outrate their opponents once, but otherwise, you know, they're 100 points lower rated here. Well, 120. And then they're lower rated here by a little bit, lower rated here by a little bit, lower rated here as well. So it's a tough match. Very, very even across the board in terms of advantages and disadvantages. But in terms of what we have on the boards, that is a different story. That is a different story. Magnus winning. I think we're getting a point out of Magnus here. Right? Look at Aryan's game. He's just crushing. Aryan has been crushing since the absolute beginning. Like, I just don't know how you don't like put this one away. Like, Aryan, I can't even see how you mess it up. Rook G8. You got Bishop H6 coming. There's no Knight G5. This Bishop is actually doing so much all the way from C1. You got all the pressure here. Right? Crushing. Plus, there's an increment on move 40. We're on move 38 right now. I know he has 7.5 minutes, but that's no problem. He's about to get to time control. So Aryan is looking great. Looking like a point from him as well. This is an IRL tournament. They're really sitting there. They're really sitting there. Meanwhile, in Eric's game, we saw Rook D8, Bishop D2, Rook A8, Bishop E3. And Eric played Bishop E6 and B takes A5. Now the time is evening up a lot. They're on move 23, so there probably will be some time pressure for both players. If Rook takes A5, you do have to watch out for your Rook on D8. You know, Rook takes A5, not Knight E7 check because of Bishop takes, guarding the Rook, of course, but Knight B4 check, and your king can't really move anywhere to defend the Rook. Bishop takes, Rook takes on D8. And hey, you can still play this as black, but for sure you don't want to just hand over material like that. The other move though is pawn takes A5. Right? Like B takes A5 back. You covered that B4 square, and with the pawn hanging on A3, what exactly does white do? Right? Let's say A4. After A4, well, then I just start to think, why don't I play Rook B8? Because unless I'm getting mated here, I've got all the knight checks covered. And now I want to maybe start bringing my Rook in and, I don't know, could start to get my own ideas about winning this here game. So B takes A5 played. Eric is thinking about how to react. And I don't think there's any other moves to consider here. B5, no. Bishop D5, no. So maybe he's thinking about, because B takes A5 looks like the move here. Oh yeah, Bishop takes A3. Didn't even think about it. I was so focused on this. I was like, I see a small advantage here. You guys are right. Bishop takes A3 could indeed be played. And what the hell happens here? Is this too much? I don't know what's going on now. That's a lot of pawns though. Something about this doesn't it doesn't feel right. Something about this is like, And if we take, and they take, I don't know how else we do it other than taking here, right? Taking back can't be good. So Eric played what I would consider to be a more natural move. B takes a5, stopping knight there, and indeed white played the move a4 as expected. Here I was looking at rook b8. The reason I didn't want to use this rook is, number one, I thought the rook needed to defend the pawn in some cases, and also if the rook went down here, then white might be able to do the same tactic. So I thought if we get the rook out of the way, off the d8 square, now there's no tactics for white in that regard, and we can try to penetrate. Now white is going to react with rook b1, or wants to react, but then the thing is, I think we're just one step ahead of him. So this will be a really interesting game. Knight c3, knight b5 is a very good reroute for white. Then there's lots of knight checks. Right now, you don't have any knight checks. So white's piece, knight d5, looks great, but might not actually be. This will be a fun game for sure. Rook b8 played from a8, which does mean, you know, rook b3, knight b4 is still on the cards. But I will say, the one thing I like about this move compared to my move is knight c3 is no longer possible. Or at least, it's possible, but you get to trade a pair of rooks, which is very useful for black. Trading a pair of rooks here makes black's position very, very feasible. So, Magnus, we like his spot. Aryan appears to be crushing, but needs to make some decisions here. We like where he is. I think Eric is in a good spot as well. How about this one? This one's a pivotal game right in the middle here. Christensen, he's down to 5 minutes. And guess what? He's got to make 21 moves. 21 moves. And is this 3 times? Knight e7, queen d4. Knight f5, queen there. Knight e7, queen d4, knight f5. So they will make a draw. They will. Yeah. This position, they'll make a draw. And you know what? I think that's the correct decision. Look, you've got 5 minutes. You've got 5 minutes. You don't need to be a hero here. You can see the other boards have great trends going on. Magnus winning, Aryan winning, Eric equalizing at the very least. This was the board that was maybe the shakiest. White's down a pawn here. There's good compensation, but it's hard for me to imagine that white has a tremendous advantage here. So, team result, everything into consideration, I think that's correct. I think that's the good decision. All right, so we take those draws. Back to this one. It's been a very slow-moving game. Very slow-moving. However, white is the one who's lower on time here. We're on move 24, so still 16, 17 moves to be made. Black has been on the back foot, I feel like, for most of the game, but back foot only barely. Like, it's not really a big issue. It's not like one side has pawn weakness or even the 2 bishops, nothing. So this one has always felt drawish. That being said, make the draw, you know? We want this one being a draw here. I think we want this one being a draw. And then this game is the suspicious one. This game, oh no, look, he did do it. So in this position, white has knight a4, bishop e2, black has rook a8, bishop d8. And then look how it changes. Knight c3, bishop g4, okay. And black's pieces go here. And then white's pieces go back. And black's pieces go back? What? What's going on here? Who can help me out? What in the flying hell is going on? These guys are ready to undo their moves. Maybe we'll see bishop g4, rook a8, knight c3, bishop b8, bishop e2 back. Unbelievable chess. Rook a2. Thanks for the sub there, Seth Magic, as well, bud. Giving you this Khaled Saad 107. Rook A2 play. I'm concerned about the time here. We are on move 30. So only a tough 10 moves to play here. I mean, it feels like Haldorson wants to draw, but that's obvious. I think going into the match, people also could infer that. He's the lowest rated player. He's the only IM in the match. It's good for the team for sure if he can draw. So I think everyone knows that. But yeah, also given this position, I don't see how white makes progress. And the rooks and everything was look really strange here. So definitely if white can make a draw, we'll be very happy as a team. This one looks even. Like I don't see black losing this one. Knight d6 next, I think. So I think he's done a good job here. Well, of course, we had that draw from Christensen. And now the important stuff. Queen e4. Queen takes e3 check. Rook takes c7. So Magnus played this entire game not taking this rook. Because he knew as soon as the knight takes back, it's covering e4. Like, it's such good compensation. Of course, black's knight is hanging in the corner. Rook takes... Rook to e6, and is there any reason why this is not dead? King f2, but I mean, you're just pinned here. For example, this is a move. There might be better though. Knight b4. Knight b4 looks very strong. Knight b4 looks very strong. Okay, knight b4, knight takes b6 maybe because of this guy. Gotta be cognizant here. Because if knight d3, you know... Yes, you can play this stuff, but white doesn't need to take here. This looks risky as well. You know, there's checks, there's checks all over the place. It's okay. Knight b4, knight d3 looks great. Bishop d3 is also available. Crushing as well. With rook h1, rook takes h2. So it all looks very, very strong. Ooh, and I like that Tabar check. Knight b4 and bishop d3. I like that. I think that's strong. Knight b4 and bishop. So a combination of the two ideas. All the above looks good. I don't see Magnus not winning this game. He's got more than enough time to think about it. King f2 has been played. And I think he's just piecing together how he wants to win material. But I don't think any of these decisions could be the wrong ones. Aryan, how's it going here? He took. You know what's funny is after he took, his opponent played b5. And suddenly it's like, wait a minute. The knight's in there. It looks great. But it actually can't move. And if you take, black is probably very happy to take back. So what, king h2? King h2 feels like a move. King h2, maybe king h3, bishop d2 to cover the b4 square. At this point, Aryan needs one more move for time control. So he has 2 minutes left, but this is why I was never too worried about Aryan's time, because I knew he was very close to move 40. Thunder Dazzle. Thanks for the 17-month resub from you, bud. Okay, so this is Aryan's game. I'm just curious what move he's going to make before time control, so let's just stay to see that. But Magnus's game, he went for bishop d3. He's up the exchange. Like, I just don't see a world where he doesn't win on the spot. And there we go, king h2. It's a solid move. I like it. I like it. Okay, move 26 in this game, so we still have about 15 moves to make for both players. And rook b8, bishop d2, rook b7. And if bishop takes, there would follow rook a8. and rook e1. So now if bishop takes d5, pawn takes, check, double check. King takes, and just bishop takes a5. And now it feels like, you know, rook d1's a threat. This pawn is like falling. This pawn looks loose. It doesn't feel great here. Eric's down to 5 minutes. Opponent has 15. Yeah, I don't think you want this. So, okay, if after rook e1 you don't take this, then what do you do? Because bishop to f5 somehow doesn't feel right. Maybe this? Is this a move? Because if you get that pass pawn, I feel like it could be quite strong. I feel like bishop b4 is coming to mind here. Because if bishop takes, we don't care about any knight. Now king c5, and black's going to be crushing. Playing c6 next. We don't care about that pawn. It's all about this guy. And bishop f5. I'm liking bishop b4. Bishop b4 is that's a great feeling. When I see bishop b4, I'm feeling good about the position. I'm feeling good. I think this move, you know, these last couple moves, maybe we like Eric's rook b8, maybe, but it's still unclear. For me, after bishop b4, it's clear that Eric is doing something with this move. Because it's pinned to the rook, so there's no like, you know, oh, bishop e3, we just undo the move. No, now there's a real threat. And if you take it, I mean, if you take it with the knight, it's opposite bishops, but only black can win this game. So this is an easy decision. And if bishop takes, I mean, the pawn is just sending it. Don't care about e4. King goes to c5. Beautiful. So the most dangerous line to me looks like rook d1. Well, dangerous. And the thing is, I think we can take, and go king c5. And now the knight is pinned to the rook. The king is on a dark square. We have to just be a little careful of these knight checks, but I get a very strong feeling about this position right here. King c5 is a really good square for that king. Because next comes rook b3 and c6, all this stuff. Yeah, it feels good. Even though there might be a move like knight c3 here, I have a hard time believing that this is an issue. Even a move like rook d4 might be strong. Like the king is saying hi, right? I can take on e5. I can bring the rook in. Black is 3 active pieces here. For sure he's better. So bishop b4, love the move. Love the move. Aryan, yeah, still in this position. He's just made time control, so I don't think I'm going to come back here. The game is going to be moving a little bit slower. As for Magnus, bishop d3 chosen. Takes, g4. And now if rook h1, there is going to be king g3. So knight b4, rook there, and oof, it's close, eh? You can almost think of trying to bring this knight in for some sort of mate. You know, let the bishop take, bring the knight in for mate. It's pretty close to working. But not quite. So what do you do with this? Rook h6? Rook h6 has the idea of rook g2 and take the pawn, and then you're going to win. But you just don't want to get mated or weird stuff in the meantime. Rook d6, and the thing for me is that once Magnus plays... By the way, this knight is just terrible, so as long as the rook is guarding the pawn, the knight never enters the game. Once Magnus plays g6, like for example here, okay, there might be rook h6 in the position, but let's say this. Right, the bishop like going to c8, b1, like the bishop has no squares. And these moves are a bit depressing. So I feel like now comes rook e3, and you know, these two pawns are both protected by Magnus. I think this is a walk in the park for the world champion. Yeah, we'll leave Aryan's position for the moment. Eric played bishop b4. Bishop c3 played, which means takes king c5, right? Something like this. This is what we've been waiting for. Do we care about this? King c5, rook takes e4, c6, knight somewhere, or maybe even check first. I don't know. Here, knight f4. There is knight d3 possible now. But I get a very good feeling about stuff like this, you know? Just the king sending it. I don't think it's super clear, but I definitely like king c5. It's tough to give up a pawn though. Bishop f5, not possible, and f5 we just take en passant. Bishop takes here, takes is double check. You have to take with the king, and then you lose a rook. So I just feel like there's not many options here other than bringing the king up. What's going on in this board? Okay, white's pushing here. I think he realizes he needs to try to create something. Okay. This is not over. This is not over. And what the hell is happening on this board? Oh my goodness. No, I don't like the way that white is playing. I think we're in big trouble here. White played the move. Bishop g4, knight c3 back, bishop g4, and then went bishop back, knight back to a4, then went rook a2, rook back to a1. Meanwhile, black seems to be improving. Then went bishop back to g4 and runs into bishop g3, which can only be lost. But white has 30 seconds. You know, he's literally living on increments, so position is 100% dead. It's got to be dead. Yeah, you just take here and... Well, actually, if your rook was on a2, that wouldn't have happened, bro. Well, he's going to keep fighting here. Knight c3, but the bishop is so bad here. So I think this board is going to be a loss. He did play king c5. He did give the check. Yeah. This all seems correct. So there's c6 in the position. I guess you can also try like rook a1. I like Eric's position. I think Eric has played literally a phenomenal game. But in order to get that phenomenal game, he had to spend a lot of time in the opening, like 40 minutes. So with 2 minutes on the clock here, and again, what appears to me to be a great move, I'm wondering if Eric can convert here. He really has to make 10 good moves. Making it to time control is a big deal in this position. So yeah, but my my instincts tell me bishop b4 was good, king c5 was good, rook b1, c6 was good. However, my instincts after c6, like these moves seemed definitely good. My instincts after c6 are not as clear. Like if white goes knight here, I'm not sure whether bishop b5 is the move, if king b4 is the move, rook a1 is the move. Like now I think is where you start to have a lot of decisions to make, and decisions are never never a great thing. Here it was more clear what the best moves were. Aryan, by the way, has brought his king up. Whoa, and black played a4. a4, amazing. I thought for sure you'd want to at least keep the option of b4. Maybe not play it right now, but keep the option of b4 open. But he plays a4. And is it really just some draw? Some like fortress here? Because look, your knight can't move to f5 without dropping it. Your knight can't go anywhere right now. And if you move your rooks anywhere, like anywhere not on the G file, then you drop your knight. So in order to actually win this game, what do you need to do? He played rook here. He might play rook there, get his king around, but then what? At some point, you have to take this knight, right? Which never feels great, because it kind of corrects the structure. Well, trading knights is eventually how he's going to have to make progress, but it's just, yeah, it never feels great to do. What's happening here? Oh, this one looks bad. Queen there. Well, it's got to be knight c3. Yeah, but then knight takes b6. Maybe he'll play king e2. Yeah. Well, if black wants it, there's queen c4 on the board. There's also what is probably a better move, king f7, king e6. That's probably very strong. So this looks dead. Big Cheese, thanks for the 5-month resub. This game, ooh, there is still 94 back. C6 takes queen a7, knight c5. We might even see a win on this board here. This is getting dicey. I know a win is a little optimistic, but this is definitely a dicey position for white all of a sudden. You know, only a minute and a half and probably losing the bishop pair. Should be a draw, of course. Should be a draw, of course. After this move, by the way, I think Magnus's opponent resigned. I believe that's the case. So I think we have a dub. Yep. Man, Magnus is really nasty with that. Really nasty with that. All right, we're back on Eric's game. He's got 2.5 minutes. He also just got a couple moves in. Like bishop f5 a lot. Maybe like h4 even more. Getting the pawn off a dangerous square. If knight d3, I think we take everything and try that rook endgame. But, you know, funny enough, even after knight d3 check, yes, you could take everything, but you could even try king d4, which is a hilarious, like, triple attack. The knight has to go, like, back to f4. Okay, maybe the best move there is king c5, but you display alpha dominance by playing king d4. You let the guy know who's in charge. This is why you bring the king out in the endgame. Like the game from Eric thus far. Man, this is a serious game. Magnus won. Magnus is literally crushing everybody. His games are so exciting to watch right now. The guy is just in cruise control. Korobov as well is 2672. So what's Magnus gaining now? Check his live rating. Or it's not even updated. Wow, not even updated. So slow. Mac, there's a chance Eric wins this. Even a draw is a good result. E6. So if takes, first of all, rook here, then definitely king there. Rook takes f5, king takes c3. Rook takes e6 can be played with rook e5 as an idea, but still, I'm not sure this is that great. E6. But you definitely have to dispose of the ideas. Rook d1. So g4. Like rook d1. Okay, this looks like it feels like a good move. But what happens after g4 here? Do you just take the pawn then? Yeah, rook d1 maybe looks like a smart intermezzo. Yeah, mate in 1 is obviously a big threat, but okay, g4 will be played more or less instantly. G4. Rook. I think it was g3. Low T, low T. Low T. Yeah, all the time, rook e5, there's king d4. So I don't think we're too concerned about that. And also, of course, white has been in check and forced to react to checkmate. So now, however, I think it's about time to do this. Rook e5 still here. And let's just say this happens. The reason that I'm not so sure here is, yes, it's good for Eric that this has happened, because now this pawn restricts, like there's no pass pawn for white. And yes, there's king b4, but at the same time, black's not threatening to take any pawns right now. Maybe white has an idea later. So I like the position for Eric. I'm just wondering what the plan is. No bishop takes. King b4 immediately. Saying the knight, first of all, takes on g7. I guess this is the idea. Huh. Yeah, okay. I mean, you take this pawn. Ah, yeah, this result came in. We didn't really need, yeah, we knew this one was just dead. Yeah, there's nothing to do here. But he tried. He made time control, but then he realized, oh, I'm dead lost, so. So the match is tied right now with 3 games ongoing. Those 3 games are, first of all, this one, which I actually think is starting to flip in Black's favor. I think Black is starting to play really well here. And with the 2 bishops, I feel like only Urkadal can do something here, so we should have at least a draw. Eric's game is still messy. It's still wild. Knight takes g7 played. Eric has this option of taking and bringing the rook around and taking on f2. I feel like Eric shouldn't, be losing this endgame because his king is so active, hitting all the pawns. He has rook g1 if needed. There's also ideas like rook g1 and bishop takes h3, so I'm not really sure if taking the h pawn or the f pawn is better. But Eric's position looks good, and then Aryan, he needed to eventually take on e6. He finally does. The knight wants to make it to the f5 square. Is Aryan going to play rook g6 or rook f4? He's definitely tied his opponent down here. But is it enough to win? Is rook g6 worth it for the passer? I think so. I'm not sure that black should be taking this. Basically, if white can play this move and get the rook in, I expect it's winning. Because now the rook has to move, let's say here, h5, and rook f8's not possible, so this should be just game over. Game over. I mean, this is done. Rook here, king here, and then I think you sack the bishop, play king g5, and go up. Now, the thing is, rook g6, the reason Aryan's not like rushing to play that move is it doesn't have to be taken. So Aryan played rook f1, believe me, he has the same idea. He wants to do this all the same, he wants to do this. I don't doubt that Aryan sees what he needs to do. Rook g6 immediately is not necessarily the best move that I can see because black doesn't have to take. Maybe he would go knight f5 there. So I think what Aryan wants is he wants a rook on f6 and then on g6 and then he wants to bring the king up. Something like that. Eric's position, did he go for this line? He did. Agree with you, Holly, that all 3 results are still possible in this game. Eric's king is very active, but Eric is also probably looking at the other 2 boards here. He sees this position, which should be quite fine for black. He also sees this position, which should be quite good for white. So while Eric is still, going to take his winning chances if he has them, I don't think Eric is unhappy with a draw here. In which game, Capablanca? 1 pair of rooks off the board, good for white or black. If you mean in this game, I would assume for black it's good. If you get rid of these. Because then the pawns become weaker, easier to target. White doesn't have as many checks. And then if you mean in this game, taking a pair of rooks off the board should benefit black tremendously, I think. It depends on the position, of course. Like, if you get these rooks off, but my rook's on g8, and somehow I start to get over here, maybe that's something. So this game, by the way, well past time control. As you can see, they've got extra time there. King e6 was played. I don't think we'll see much hesitation on rook takes f2. And by the way, rook takes f2 is move 40. And so both players now have 30 extra minutes. And we might see some of them like think longer than usual. Okay, so time control hit in every game, right? Oh no, not this game. So let's stick with this game for a moment here. Eric's game, I think both sides have chances to win. Like all three results still possible, but a draw seems the most likely. But he's played a good game so far. Two and a half minutes for black, a minute 14 for white. They have basically 5-6 moves to play until time control, where they'll get 30 extra minutes. Neoftari, thanks for the 4-month resub. Dirk Diegler, 32 months. A tier 3 from Dirk. And Thanel94, thanks for the 5-month resub with Twitch Prime. Okay. Knight's covering G2. Black has the 2 bishops. Sometimes you have to watch out for F3 and maybe some idea like knight takes G6 using the pin. White has the outside pass pawn, and if this pawn gets up to A5 where it's defended, I mean, it'll just start to be a little annoying. Long term though, the bishop's covering A8. I don't think black has to be concerned. Now, queen C6, and if takes, it'll be an interesting endgame, but takes, if bishop A5, there's bishop E5 to cover that. It's taken immediately. This pawn is not very mobile right now. Yeah, the bishops should be very strong in the endgame here. Black has to stand a bit better. Eric's game just hit time control, so we're not necessarily going to see a move there just this second. So that's why I'm sticking with this one. Under a minute, 2.5 for black. They're on move 36. They need to get to move 40. What would what would white like to do in this position? Exchange the dark square bishops, like bishop c3. And then put pawns on dark squares. That's what he'd like to do. Of course, with black, you should never be so generous as to trade your bishops like that. Okay. Plus, if okay, it looks like this move is an easy one to do. That's a surprising one. Motorboater, there is basic increment from the start. 30 seconds every move. Aryan has just sacrificed material in what looks to be a very good way. Like, literally, only Aryan can win his position. King e7 takes and bishop f4. I mean, it's just impossible for black to win this game, right? Not only does white have 1, 2, 3 moves to win pawns, but this pawn is also hanging as soon as a rook steps away. And white's king can get back into the action. e6, bishop e5 also looks quite strong. So I'm just getting very good vibes from the position here for Aryan. Has to be winning. Has to be winning. Meanwhile, in Eric's game, h4 has been played. I mean, what else, right? White's got to get Geeter going. Eric has time here, so he might take a while as well, just to sort out the position, figure out what exactly is going on. But rook h2, rook h3, rook h1 gets behind the pawn nicely. If rook e4, you're just dropping the rook. So actually, after rook h2, what's white doing? Rook h3, rook h1. What's happening here? I mean, this is no good. Black takes this and maybe wins. Because now you take over the h file. And I mean, yeah, rook b3 check can be played, but there's no way I'm unhappy as there's no way I'm unhappy as black here, right? Can't lose, that's for damn sure. Cannot possibly lose. So, I don't know. My first strong instinct is rook h2, rook h1. Because if I feel like if I let white establish this and push that pawn, like that can't be good, right? Yeah, you can offer a draw. Is Eric really at 31 seconds? Yep, he is. But they just hit move 40, which means they get 30 more minutes. So there's no, it's not like he's flagging right now. Can I show the eval bar? The eval bar is actually there. You should be able to see it. Of course, if you are a tier 3 subscriber on the channel, obviously. But yeah, we always have the eval on when we analyze. For tier 3 subscribers, of course. Draw agreed. Now, I believe that a draw was agreed because Eric looked over at the other games in progress, said, yep, I think we got this match, and agreed to a draw. I also think that after this, that it probably would be some sort of like, you know, nobody can really do anything if the king just gets checked forever, right? Like you literally just check the king will take the pawn. King b5, rook here. If king there, there's rook takes. So, you know, you're just kind of shuffling forever. I think it's pretty fair. I think it's pretty fair. I mean, I don't think you guys are going to find much here, right? Like, rook h2. I mean, rook h3 was my move. Maybe there are other moves, c5, king d6, who knows? But the point is, like, you're not going to find a line here where you can play it and you're not going to find a line where you play it and somehow you outplay white and win. White has 3 pawns. The position is not that bad. Like, the eval is always going to be zeros for sure. For sure. Can he run to h5? But yeah, but you know, use your head though. Your king is over there, your 2 rooks are there, and white's got 2 rooks over here ready to take both your pawns with the king also there, and you're telling me you're winning? Why are you winning? You have no support for your pawns, you're just going to lose them one by one. You got 2 rooks and a king on the h file. Good luck winning. But anyway, I can't have too many discussions about dead drawn rook endgames with the engine Andes. I'm gonna lose IQ, so we'll just call it a draw and leave it at that. A good performance by Eric. A good performance. I think it was a good game. He looked to be struggling in the opening, trying to remember stuff, trying to keep up with the theory. He had the black pieces. You're always, pretty much always okay with the black pieces drawing in a team event. Just always. Like that's just a fact. If you have the black pieces and you're a lower rated player in a team event and you make a draw, that's, you know, the coach is right there. The captain's right there to shake your hand, say good job. He also probably checked out his buddy Tari, saw this position and said, okay, what's the problem? Right? We got Buddy Tari bringing home the bacon here. He sacked the exchange. Brought the rook over. He's winning pawns left, right, and center. And although the rook gets in, I think what's going to happen is Aryan's going to achieve bishop g5, where the other rook cannot also join, right? And if the other rook can't join the position as well, then I don't think Aryan is at risk at all. Like, nothing matters. These checks don't matter. There's lots of checks for white. He's going to try f4. I think it can just be taken. And then bishop back. Probably if he takes, black's going to try this, maybe. So, actually, I think... I was going to say rook b6 is an idea. Rook takes d5. I mean, you could literally just try to take every pawn. The one thing is, you wonder how much counterplay you can allow, but the answer is usually quite a lot. If the king goes back, e6 will just win. If it goes up, you know, these positions, even rook f2 or something. Like, this rook never joins the party. You're up, like, literally 5 pawns here. Not even a discussion. So, loads and loads of winning attempts here. I'm not even going to bother trying to say one's better than the other. But yeah, rook b6, smart move. If f3, we have this. So, yeah, I think Aryan is going to win. And this game, we need to be a draw. It certainly will be a draw. If black needed to win this game, maybe he could push and push and push, try to win. But it looks like he only needs to draw. So, knowing that, I think this is comfortable. So black can absolutely draw this. And now that he knows the team situation, you guys know what has to happen. We lost on the last board. We had a big rating differential. But we won on the first board, where we had a big rating differential, this time in our favor. Magnus is just cruising this tournament. Magnus won. We lost on the last board. Some key draws in the middle here. Eric and Johann Sebastian. And then it looks like Buddy Tari, who got the white pieces. You guys remember what I said at the start of the team match? I said, if we can get 1.5 points or 2 points from the top 2 white boards, we will have a chance to win. A very good chance. In a team event, you generally want your draws with the black pieces. And on Magnus's team, you sort of always expect a good chance of a full point from Magnus. But you also expect that you might drop that last board. So anytime your last board, who's going to be lower rated, anytime your last board can score a half point, it's tremendous for the team. Very helpful. But Aryan with the white pieces, Johann Sebastian with the white pieces, it looks like they're going to get 1.5 out of 2 combined. That's a good start.
That's a good start. Mizorul, welcome, buddy. I don't think so, Intball. I think you have to be in order of your rating for these team events. Either order of rating or like you have to be within a certain rating range, you know? Maybe it's like 100 points you can switch the lineup, but like you can't put Magnus on board 6. Usually for the Olympiad, I think you can switch your players for like 100 points, so it's probably the same rule here. So if you're within a certain if you're within 100 points of another player, then you could be either ahead or like above or below them. I believe that's it. But it's always different, these team events. There's like some rules about 100 points. There's some rules about, yeah, what you can change. I'm not really sure. Horizontal bars are how long the players spent on each move. So Black's move here, 97, was what took the longest of any move in the last 20 moves or so. Am I counting this 100% winning? Yes, I am. I'm counting this 100% winning. E6 is pretty gross. King there gets mated in one move. King here looks very incorrect. Just to put your king on that square. If you want, I feel like if you want a really nice line, king g7, bishop h6 check. Okay, basically threatening to win. King takes h6, e7, right, threatening to queen. King g7, you want to take it back. And of course, white can check and take there. But then rook g6, I think, is just even nicer, forcing the trade of rooks. And then to take with the check, and then to take back. And now your king cleans up the pawn, you protect this, and I just take everything in sight. All to say, that's why Black did not play king g7. Played king g8 instead. King on a light square is always going to be a safer choice when your opponent has a dark square bishop. But, I mean, Aryan can just play e7, for example, and it'll never be worse. It's impossible, right? The rook is just tied down to that square now. So, loads of reasons why I think we're good here. But he's also got time. He's got 15 minutes. Tons and tons of time. h6 and rook there and h7 is probably good enough. Like, I think you can really play this out. But e7 is the simplest. Let's try to find a line. Rook e8. And now what? If rook here, rook takes e7, there is no rook g6 check. That's one thing. If bishop takes, honestly, bishop takes here might be a try to play rook g6 check. The only problem that I can see is rook g7. Because if black had to take, we would play h5, bishop e5, and it'd be winning very easily. Girth Better says, even I can win this against the GM. Somehow I doubt that. We've had this discussion before. Somehow I doubt that. All right, we need to set it up. We need to give Girth Better 12 minutes. I'll take 51 minutes.
and we'll run a 10-game match. We should be done by next week, and then we'll truly get to the bottom of this comment in the chat. They just hit time control. I think we're waiting for White's move, which will be the 41st move, in order to see the clocks update. But yeah, this game just looks... All Black needs is a draw, because the team right now, off the back of Aryan winning, is going to win the match. So Urkadal just needs to stay chill, draw the game, which he should be able to do easily with the 2 bishops. Best in the biz. You can find that pretty easy on Google, buddy. Google and Wikipedia. There's h6, and he must have calculated something out here. So, f3. I imagine it will be e7. And after e7, if rook e8, here? Or what? Just get rid of that f-pawn. And if you play king here, then that'll win on the spot. King d7. And then probably you just use the h-pawns here. Bishop f6. Maybe there's something else. Maybe there's another idea. Nah, maybe this looks like the main one. If rook f6, rook takes. Rook check. There's king h7, so I don't trust that. h6. All right, I'm gonna leave the game on. Need a refill. Need the bathroom. Short break, but I will leave the music and the game and come back and hopefully see the team catch a dub here. There's 2 games ongoing. This one obviously is the one to watch. So stick around. Thanks, Ginfluid 95, 33 months. JT, 22 months with Prime. Dozer, thanks for the 8 months. And Blaze of Glory, 6 months with Twitch Prime. Like I said, stick around, guys. Push in for 7,000 subs. And a match win today for Team Offerspill, which looks like off the back of a Magnus win and a good Eric draw. I think we can pull off. But it depends on this game right here. Aryan seems to be winning with White. So let's watch the conversion. I'll be right back. Oh, I come back and we get a move.
Look at that.
Bishop takes rook g6 is the idea. What was the thing after f3? Like I agree it's winning in a lot of lines, but is there like a crush here? Hello, bad chess, good vibes. Captain Micmac, we're all here for the finish. What do we think about f3? Is there something after f3 here? It wasn't played. Rook e8 was played, but I always want to know, okay, e7, that's my line, rook e8. And is it just kind of what we were talking about? Just take? Because something doesn't feel right about allowing this pawn to go. Rook here, here. I'm wondering what the line is. Because here, this is the line I was giving. We take here, and there's no way to like actually win a full rook here, so we take this. There's also no way to trade that rook that I can see. H7 or something? There's still no way to trade for it, though. I don't know. Oh, I didn't know. F2 on E7? Some don't seem right there. Here, and, I guess after King H7, even though you could promote to a queen, of course. And even though you could go here, and here, and here, of course. You must do this. Surely. Surely you must do that. Rook b7 played, and I guess we'll see rook takes e6, h7, king here, and bishop e5 is always available now. But we can even save it. I don't know, go h6 or king g4. King g4 is pretty... I guess there's rook e7. So maybe you have to do it right away. How is this endgame? Winning, of course. Just bring the king, but yeah. It might be a conversion that takes a little while, who knows? It's 100% working, though. But I haven't lost faith at all. I think he's converting it well. King e6. When they hit the showers tonight, I think Aryan's going to be getting a few extra love taps from the boys, I think there's going to be a few ass taps, GG, well played. bringing home the dub for the boys. Way to go, bud. Nice job, bud. A team that showers together wins together. That's all I know. Not sure, KVX. Probably, I mean, it depends. Probably easier to do it online because you just don't know too much about your opponents. But over the board, it's usually a very... over the board, I think it's a very... you have a large sample size. So you're looking at people that have established repertoires, games, whatever. So it's pretty reliable. Towel whips aplenty. That's right, Oinist. White's the one down on time here, and also, by the way, not gonna win this game. I don't see how White wins. The pieces can't get going. If you ever get opposite bishops, it'll be a draw. And meanwhile, Aryan just played rook b7, and so should be comfortably winning here. Don't ask me why, but I just thought of this position. I'm like, okay, right? Basically, as soon as the king gets here, it should be winning. Say here. Here. For some reason, I just thought of this position. I was like, wait, strangely enough, if white takes, black takes here, and actually wins the pawn endgame, which makes almost no sense. Black somehow wins this pawn endgame. Well, that's what happens when you're staring at a position that's completely winning. All this happened, by the way, is all on the board. King e3, c3. So this all happened. Rook e2 played. Yeah, I think this should be a very easy conversion. King f5. And if the rook ever lets you cross, I think you just take all the pawns with your king. Do I miss playing in these team events myself? Buddy, there are no team events. I've never played in the European Club Cup. It's extremely rare. First of all, for someone from North America to play, extremely rare. And even in general, it's rare. The only team event that people get to play is the Olympiad. I've played the Olympiad. It's fun, but I wish there were more team events in chess. Because then you actually feel some cohesion. You feel like some national pride. You maybe would play more team events with the same team of players, start to maybe study together, prepare as a team. I think that's a cool atmosphere, but when there's like one team event every 2 years, it's like, who cares? Who cares?
So white is not, like, doesn't completely need to just hang on to this pawn. There's a couple ways to try to win this position. Because black has pawn moves, by the way, and always will, I don't think you can just give up pawns, can you? So let's say rook here. I want to try to give up pawns, I go here. This is my question. I go here, d4. So if rook f8 check, I can't go here, obviously here. I have rook f1, so this is still an okay move. So let's say you take it, then I go c3. Now if you move the rook somewhere, well then I push or I go there. If you play king here, I suppose that's working. King here, rook e6, should be fine. And if you take, well then of course I was trying to do this. I just don't know if it works. Looks very tricky enough. He didn't play that, huh? He played rook e8. Which, don't know about that. Well, if you take the rook, it's a draw, because the king is stuck. King has no moves. But I'm trying to figure out what was the problem with this, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, what was the issue with this? Like, the rook can move somewhere, but then isn't it good that black got this move in? I think so. If you take and go here, this looks wrong. Okay. I'm definitely correct, by the way. Yeah, I had to turn on the engine because I was like, no, I don't feel comfortable here. D4 and black might like literally draw this game or something. Like, I don't think it's a draw, but maybe it is. Like, what do you, I don't know what you do. Like, this is a dead, these lines are dead draws. It says +3, but it's for sure a dead draw. So wait, tell me, did Aryan just blow the whole thing here? Like, his opponent played rook e8, and I said I thought it was so strange his opponent played rook e8 immediately. I think d4 was a goddamn draw. Oh my goodness. Dude, as soon as I saw rook f7, the first thing I said was like d4. I don't like the look of this. Because if you try to get rid of the stalemate option, well, now there's rook f1, so it's even worse. Rook f7 was like just a horrendous move. Just awful. Like, all you need to do as white is go here. Try to win this pawn maybe, right? And then your king will eventually get over here. Boys, I tell you, d4 would have been a cold shower. Rook e8, king g6, rook there, rook f6. Now this is much different. Now this is much different. Because now, although the king's in a stalemate position, there's no way to give the rook up. So you can play king h6, rook d6, start taking more pawns. Honestly, the easiest way to do it, of course, which I'm supposed to do, is king h6, rook g6, and rook there mate. So now it's completely over. King h6, rook g6, rook g8, and then it's over. So this is over. The way that it will not be over is if you go king h6 and then somehow give up your pawns, right? c3, takes, right? And then you want to play this. Because it's stalemate. But we have king g6. Black has lots of time, but I just find it insane. First of all, that Aryan blew the entire endgame with rook f7. And that black didn't even consider d4. d4 is like the only trick. And you got 45 minutes on the clock. Dude, I'm just so happy that Aryan didn't, or that his opponent didn't play this, because Aryan might, like, he might wake up with his bed floating down a river or something. That's when the pranks come out, you know? That's when the boys, I don't think the boys would be holding anything back. That's when the soap comes out. The soap in the towel. Yeah, now he's got the win and he wins the game, but guys, I think Magnus will be giving Aryan a stern talking to. Because I can guarantee you that Magnus is watching this game somewhere. And I can guarantee you after rook f7 that Magnus was I think he was wringing out the towel. Because this is highly disturbing. d4 is highly disturbing. Mr. Greaves, thanks for the 30 months. Now, around here, a dub is a dub, but I'm still coping right now with rook f7. Still coping. Definitely, definitely gave me a good scare there. But a dub is a dub around here. You can't take that away from the guy. Aryan, no one's the single reason why a result happens, but Aryan lost the game in the last match that, honestly, it didn't look like he made too many blunders. Vidit just crushed. However, while Aryan may have been the game that they dropped in the last match, he was also the difference in this match. So, go Aryan. Good redemption. Honestly, apart from this move, I thought it was like insanely clean game. Insanely clean game. In a team event, you never want to be the guy that has the result that makes the team lose. It doesn't feel great. But on the contrary, if you have the result that makes the team win, there you go. Actually, Magnus never has the result that makes the team win because he always wins so quickly. So his game is never the last one done. Actually, Magnus gets no credit. Yeah, you have to be the last guy to win the game. And then your game is the one that won the team the match. But Magnus's games have they've honestly been crushes. And he's crushing like 2700s, man. It's crazy what we're witnessing. Yeah, there's 6 players per team, MapRail. So this is the only ongoing game right now. And all that's needed is a draw by black. So it's a team of 8 players. Every club has 8 players, but only 6 get chosen to play the match. So you can like substitute, you can decide who you want to play that day. Some people might want to rest. There might be favorable matchups. So six players against 6 players. Not quite GB. In this particular game, Eric, he drew, but for example, You can see he won 2 games. He drew his last game and he drew this one. So he's at 3 out of 4 with 2 wins and 2 draws. And Magnus is 3.5. Also, Johann Sebastian Christensen is at 4 out of 5, which is a great score as well. So everyone on the team is really doing well. Of course, these guys, one of these 3 plays on the last board and pretty much has a tough time the entire tournament. They're playing like 2600s, sometimes with black. They're kind of expected. Like if they can get a draw, it's amazing for the team. But you know, they have a really tough job playing really strong players on the last board. And Magnus then, in order to have these guys down there, he's been delivering though. He's been delivering wins on the top board. Now, what White has just learned is that somehow he, with the white pieces, needs to win this game. That's the only way the team can draw the match. Isn't bishop g5 a forced draw? I would not say so. Takes. First of all, you have a good chance of losing this king and pawn endgame. In fact, it might just be losing. Second of all, if I just keep the bishops on the board, I have an outside pass pawn. You might lose that as well. I would say bishop g5 is the biggest invitation for me to win the game with the white pieces. Bishop a6, call it a day. Yeah, bishop c4 seems to make some sense as well. But bishop b5 stops a4. Like bishop c4, you might not want to see this move. And then the question is, how is this move? Because knight takes. I think white wins this. Yeah, bishop here, and then bishop b4, and then try to corral the pawn. So yeah, bishop here, a4, and if you give a check, there's no bishop d2, because you can take the knight. So I think you give this check, and then go bishop b3. Okay, knight d3. Some tricks. Like, all you want to do right now is simplify. So bishop here, even bishop c5 I'm thinking about. But then you allow knight takes g6, bishop here, and while this might be a draw, it's not totally obvious, and the worst thing in the world would be to lose this game. So let's see what he does. Bishop b4, king f2, basically forced here, I guess. This move doesn't look good at all. King f2, and if g5, could just do something like this. Keep it simple. There is f4 here, but bishops are looking good for black. Anand lost to Hari Krishna. That's pretty intense. But these, it's always so hard to say these team matches until all the games are done. Like, you just never really know. But the point is that if we can hold that draw that we need to hold, then the standings, Novibor Chess Club can be 5 out of 5. Because honestly, Hari Krishna beating Anand is pretty serious, right? That gives them a lead in this match, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's 2 more games going. 2 more games. And it looks like Rapport is losing as well to Vidit. So I think they're going to win again. So this team, let's say they win again. They're going to have 5 wins. And Offer Spill is going to have 4 wins. And there'll be some of these teams maybe that have 4 wins and a draw. There's 2 more rounds after this. So the final round will be Sunday. It'll be 8:15 a.m. commentary every day till Sunday. But if Offer Spill can hold on, they'll have 4 match wins, 1 loss, be in pretty good standing in the tournament, honestly. Hey, Kuklov, did he convert? I haven't really checked, let's say, like the engine on Eric's game. It seemed to me like he was doing well, but I never really saw moments where he missed clear advantages. But I think there were a few moments, a few spots where if he really played the best move, maybe he was better. But considering the time and the fact that he had the black pieces against someone higher rated, getting a draw is pretty much what he needed to do in this team match, and that's what he did. And he did it pretty well. So I think it's a great outcome. It's a great game. Maybe he even had some spots to play better and push, but I didn't see anything too obvious. So I thought it was the right result, and definitely what the team needed. And Eric stays undefeated in the European Club Cup. He's got 3 out of 4, 2 wins, 2 draws. 2 wins against lower rated players, 2 draws against higher rated players. Can't complain about that. Kukulov, I'll have to send you some information. It's been moved to LA. It's December 11th in LA. There's a YouTube video I put out, like my chess boxing announcement. So a bit of information there, but we'll let you know. Yeah, but it's December 11th in LA. We'll probably get there a little bit ahead of time. We gotta fill the stands, Kukulov. Gotta get you in my corner. They told me that I can have, someone in my corner, but that the person can't know anything about chess because they're not allowed to help with the chess part. So everyone in chat qualifies. You guys can all be in my corner. Qualified for something. Go, Frank. Yeah, it's an interesting thing, Kukulov. There's some YouTube videos of prior chess boxing matches. The whole format's going to be interesting. But yeah, definitely something I've never done before. Yeah, MMA would be fun too. I would definitely do that. MMA and chess. But no, this one's just boxing. Oh, they do Twink Time. These teams are real sweaty. Thanks, Gerbs, for the 9 months with Prime Carpocrat, for 1 year with us, and Per Springer. Thanks for gifting. But that's what I like, Johnny. If MMA is harder than boxing, I want that because I'll generally bet on myself to learn a more complicated thing quicker. If the ceiling is higher, then I think I have more room to create a skill gap between myself and another chess player. Well, there's more elements to it, archetype. I think it's a fair statement for a surface level comment because we're obviously talking about chess dudes who like don't do any of this stuff, just randomly trying it for the first time. And okay, MMA at least has, boxing is, cardio, footwork, punching, to be blunt. There's obviously a lot in boxing, and I've learned that from starting to train it. It's a very, very, very cool sport. A lot of nuances, but MMA, there's a lot going on. Like, there's like kicking, wrestling, takedowns, grappling, punching. But I like the boxing, and I'm definitely not reducing it to something like a lot simpler than MMA. But in the case of, hey, take these chess players and make them try something for the first time, I think boxing is less intimidating to get into. Trade down and draw. I mean, you're not wrong, but this is the trade that you technically don't want. Like, it's okay, but there's an outside pass pawn. Bishops are on the same color, and bishop f2. There's a pawn that's stuck permanently on a dark square. It'll always be a target. You defend it, well, that's a target. You defend it, that's a target. So I wouldn't be rushing to do this, even though I'm sure that it's equal here. So it's just why do it? However, I will say when you know you only need a draw and your team's like, hey, just get that draw, dude, and you're just imagining that's what's required of you, you make some strange decisions. Because you're like, oh yeah, let me just keep it simple. Let me trade. So just gotta be careful. Try to remain objective. Don't do anything you wouldn't do if you didn't need a draw. Imagine that you're still playing for a win here as black. Because black's better. I think you should be playing for a win. Yeah, I think the white TW, that's more the vibe that you want to go for, right? He's trying to take the pawn. I think so. White has their own ideas, like maybe they're going to go take this pawn, but I think that's a trade you'd be happy to make. One thing, though, is that in terms of simplicity, you do want to technically trade these pawns, not this pawn and this pawn, because then it stays imbalanced, and although it's a dead draw, when it's imbalanced, the guy's going to keep playing. Yep, I think that's the correct call. Bishop b3. Keep your life simple. c7's protected, so there's none of that. Yep. Well, as expected, white doesn't have a choice. He has to try to take a pawn. He's going to lose this by force, so I think we'll see that. There is one idea, which was to maybe play f6 g5, but I don't think you can say much here. This is like a check that looks great. Here you check again, and here you put him in a pin. So king g3, but then king g3, you know, maybe f6 threatening g5, right? King e1, you give a check again. King f2, you're going to give a check again. So this is definitely what I would do as a black for sure is go here. I mean, no point trying to be a hero in a team match. Just make the draw. But it depends. You know, does black want to play for a win? The 2 bishops and a passed pawn is very tempting. Let's say the match was even right now, and this was the last one. Well, then black would go all out and probably be able to win this with like some bishop pair technique. Oh, hello, Eric. Yes, go Aryan. The the team pulled it out. Aryan with a makeup result for yesterday. It's a 2 result position. Why not play? Because I don't agree it's a 2 result position. It's, you know, 95, 99% a 2 result position. But you never know. You never know. Why mess around? Like, just make a draw, you know? The team captain is never going to be satisfied with somebody playing on instead of making a draw if the draw is available. But if you're just playing on, just playing objectively the best moves, yeah, by all means. So we just need a draw here. I think we'll get it. He's going for it, c5. Chad energy. Chad energy. He's a sender. Get a completely winning position and then offer a draw. Yeah, that is Chad energy. f4. So if king here, bishop, I assume he wants bishop f6. And king here, obviously g4. I am Big Tony, 25 months. Thanks for the resub. 25 months is a big one. You know, you made it 2 years and you're looking to start on year 3. All I'm saying is, would you rather be in this position? Or would you rather have shaken hands and made a draw and be hitting the showers with the boys? JC Digital Girl. 3 gifted subs. Why, thank you. Closer and closer to 7K. We're pushing. We also are still above the 6969 threshold. It's got to be showers with the boys, you know? I think Urkadal might be missing out here. Might be missing out. Thanks so much, JC. Booty Doctor gifted a sub to shower with the boys. A first gifted sub. And Booty Doctor is also a new sub to the channel as well. Bishop b6. And if bishop d4 takes c3, there is king d3. Although, to be honest, there's c2. Yeah, that doesn't look right. So he plays king d2. Careful of that one, hook yuck. She's just gotta be so careful. I know there's a coach somewhere watching this going, ugh, why are we? Really? Dirk Diegler, 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Dirk. Knight here prevents king e4, but allows king e6, attacking the bishop and threatening g2. f4 is a move, like, you never love to play the move f4, but it looked like it was going to hold on the dark squares here, but now you're kind of like, eh. Do I really like that I did that? I don't know. And yes, that's right. Magnus's rating has been updated now. He got 2.6 for that win against Korobov. Magnus is on 3.5 out of 4 and is gaining 3.5 elo. Great. Great. Congrats to Magnus. Yeah. One elo point per point in the tournaments. That's pretty much life at 2850. These are OTB games. Yep, these are real games. Okay, knight here. Takes. I wonder what the evaluation is here. Feels suspiciously like draw. Yeah. Just kind of leave this bishop here and go like that. I mean, you don't really have to leave it. King there. Actually, just leave this position. And if king here, go back. That's pretty much all you need. Last game of the match, of the team match here. Black only needs a draw and appears to be fighting for a lot more than that. For example, here. But it's the same kind of endgame, you know? It's pretty much the same thing. And I think this team crushed, eh? Do you guys see these results on the side? Look at this. Hari Krishna, Vidit, Wojtaszek, Navarra, Grandelius, and is it David Anton? Yeah. So that team, I think they crushed because they won 3 games. Nasty. 3 games. So that was just like extremely one-sided. That's the team that Offerspill lost to. Big T252, thanks for the 6 months with Prime. Vidit is 5 out of 5. I haven't even been paying attention. That's insane. That is actually insane. Who's he beating? Oh, Ariantari. He beat a couple Dutch dildos. Then Mr. Mikhailevsky, Mr. Tari, and he just beat Report. Well, tough. What are you going to do when a guy's going 5 out of 5? What are you going to do? Also, look at these other players on the team. We got a lot of draws. Like a player like this, Wojtaszek, who can just draw and chill. Or Navarro is like undefeated. He's a carry right now, but he's a crazy strong player. He's feeling it. He's feeling it. Yeah, that club is looking pretty stacked. What is the club team name for the boys? It's Offerspill. It's Magnus Carlsen's chess club. You may have heard of the name before. Who? Just a lesser known chess player. What happens? Like, what happens if Black somehow loses this game? Is that what you mean, Jeff? There can be match draws, so they don't do tie breaks. If that's what you mean, it would just be a tie. They do have ties here, and a lot of matches have been drawn. Knight d4, I figured he would try this. As Black, you must take. And it's nice because you know that you have a draw, and if you can win, then it just happens. Maybe King d5 for the boys. High T. Playing for the win. And after knight e2 back, choose a different move.
We got our draw, guys. That's for sure. Are we gonna get a win? I think not. I haven't really seen a way to do this. The bishop just hovers here, and if the king makes inroads here, I think just bishop f6. So I think he made the right call there. Take, secure the draw, and hey, if you find a way to win this, good on you. Yeah, king g4, bishop f6. And I'm not sure what the try is after that. So bishop f6 and then probably bishop e6. And if the bishop goes somewhere on this diagonal, then you can think about this. So black, I think, wants maybe the bishop on f5. Okay, so let's say bishop g5. And yeah, this is not really anything. Yeah. Not only can you do this move, but even just bringing the king back, you'll never lose. And I don't know what else to try as black. Maybe this is something, because now this move is actually playable. Bishop here, king here, still hitting both pawns. Although now maybe you can play this. Yeah. So he's gonna go for that. But yeah, I think bishop e7 should be enough. And if f6, I think you just stay bishop d8. Keep hitting that pawn on f6. Thanks, Cruel B. Appreciate it. First time chat, I see that. Thanks for the support. Lots of time for both sides. This is just a formality. Maybe white messes this up and loses, but should be a draw, I suspect. Let's see it. Let's see the draw. Bishop e7 seems the simplest to me. Basically, I think... thanks, Lukey, for the gifted sub. The Cruel B. I think this bishop wants to be somewhere where c3 is a threat because you can't go king there. So, I was thinking b1. So let's just imagine... right? You get some position like this, then c2 starts to become an actual move. Still, I don't think it's enough, but maybe.
bishop e4, and then you get c2. And if you got a position like this is what I'm wondering about. What would be the eval here? It should just be a draw. King here. And you just leave that there. You don't need to do anything. f6, you just take and go back. And if black goes f6 here, you go bishop there. I mean, they have to move the king or something. Bishop g7, doesn't matter which pawn you take, white goes like that. g5 you take, and then f5. It's important not to play here, because you'll lose that, but just give up this, and then now you can make a draw very easily. Bishop h6, f6, bishop g7, correct. And you can only do so much here. Maybe this idea. So like bishop d5. This is the last game, yeah. So he's going to go bishop b5. And then I think he's going to try this. But, yeah. Nothing should really be happening here. White can just play bishop h8. You can never attack the bishop without losing your pawn. This move does nothing. And then this move should make the draw very easy to achieve. So I think that'll be it. He'll play bishop h8, and then black will realize he can't do anything. And a draw. Of course, you can undo that and go back here, but I don't see what's gonna happen. Skydive the ranch. Dude, just saw those. Skydive the ranch. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Buddy, skydive. Cheers, we're getting closer. 7,000 subs. Closer and closer. Appreciate the 5 gifted. Elf here, thanks for the prime resub. Luki again with that gifted sub. And LH Sandcan 399. Thanks for the brand new sub. New Prime, I should say, to be specific. There we go. There we go. It's official. It's a draw. The match is over. And with 3 draws and 2 wins, the team on 6 boards wins the match. 3.5 to 3.5. 3.5 to 3.5. 3.5 to 2.5. Which is actually the same score that they lost their match yesterday. So they didn't collect a lot of game points, but they're doing well in that category. As you can see, they have like one of the highest game point scores, which is the individual points collected added up from all the players on the team. They have one of the highest totals for a team that only has 3 wins. And in fact, a team that has 3 wins and a draw, like a couple teams, still have less than them. So they've done well. Oh, we have a lot of players a little bit new to chess. Guys, on the final position of the game, white did not play the move King e4. When you enter the results for a game which is broadcast live, meaning DGT, aka we're watching it live right now, but it's being played somewhere else. At the end of the game, if white wins the game, you put the king on e4, and you put black's king on d5. If black wins the game, you put the black king on e5 and the white king on d4. If the game ends in a draw, you put the white king on e4 and the black king on e5 across from one another. So if white wins, they're like this. If black wins, they're like that. And if it's a draw, they'll be like this. This is not only to electronically signal the result of the game so that it appears right here, draw, but also so that if someone's walking by, then they look at the board, they're like, oh, cool, who was playing here? What was the result? They can just look at the kings and they'll know what happened in the game. So that's why the king ended up here. Unfortunately, if either king can make a legal move to one of those squares at the end of the game, then it will always show up as the king moving to e4. I don't think they've come up with the solution to that one yet, but that's why sometimes you see at the very end of games one very strange like king move that looks like it loses the game, but it didn't actually occur. So, Mr. Mojo, thanks for the 21 months. Mr. Mojo, welcome back. So that's why it looks, sometimes more than others, it looks like there's been a huge blunder at the end of the game, and you're like, wait, why did these guys agree to a draw? Well, that's why. That's why. However, I bet if we put this game into analysis, he's going to get clocked with a double question mark or something at the end. You see? It's killing his accuracy. It's killing his accuracy. He's got to be tilted. His chess.com game review is ruined. Ripperoni. Yeah, 92.2. I think he went down significantly because of that last move. Anyhow, fun stuff today, guys. Fun stuff. We had a team win for Offerspill, which is amazing. Oh, MapRail, 25 gifted. Thank you, MapRail. Skydive the Ranch also got resub there. Skydive, not gonna miss that one. Snuck in there. Skydive, welcome. 5 months in MapRail with 25 gifted. We got you here for some chess and some boxing and UFC discussions, MapRail. We got you hooked. Thank you so much for 25, and that does put us over 7,000 again. You know, it's a constant battle with the subs, right? You know, we hit a number, hit a goal, but then subs expire. It goes up, it goes down. Feels good to be going up again. Thank you, MapRail. Hey, Tabar Jack. What were you saying, Dr. Lord? Let me read. Additional punishment. If I lose, I have to get the AGM title, and if possible, play an OTB. Dr. Lord Mayonnaise, there'd have to be something real good on the line. That is a huge career risk. A huge career risk, getting the AGM title. Wouldn't do that lightly. So win for Magnus, a win for Aryan. Draw for Eric, draw for Christensen, draw for Urkadal. A loss for Haldorsen, but the team wins the match 3.5 to 2.5. All right, which means it'll be a pretty tough pairing tomorrow as well. They're currently number 8, but with a win, they'll move up. A lot of teams here lost, so they'll be jumping up, probably top 5, top 3 in the tournament. And they've already played the team in clear first place, so should be an interesting last couple days. 8:15 a.m. Eastern Time will be tomorrow and on Sunday. I'll be back doing the commentary. There's 2 more rounds. I don't know if Arya and Eric and Magnus are going to play all the rest of the last games, but I suspect they might. Makes sense to have your strongest squad. They're playing really tough teams now. All right, but there's only 2 rounds. It's a 7-round event. We're just finished round 5 today. Tomorrow morning, we'll be back with commentary. I'm always pretty exhausted after these streams because I'm up like 7, 8. I've never really had a day where I didn't need a nap in the middle of the day. So for sure on Saturday, I'll be streaming in the evening. Tonight, I'm not sure. I am teaching a gym lesson. Maybe we can get !gym from Mattis there. Teaching lesson in the Chessbrot gym. We're 1 sub shy of our goal today of 169 subs. 1 sub. Who's it going to be? There must be 1 primer in here. Is the sub battle postponed? Not postponed as in we planned to have it this weekend, but we never planned to have it this weekend. I think Anna's away or something or busy, so it was always planned to happen next week. So yeah, not this weekend, but next weekend for the Anna sub battle is the plan. Look at that, the Mad Physicist and Vasistas. Look, we got 2 subs and we only needed 1. That is the ultimate scam. That's what Chessbrot is all about. All right, so a little bit of a wait, just like the Super Bowl has that extra week. What is it, where they play the All-Star game, Pro Bowl or whatever? So then we're good. You know, we got the extra time where it's the best of 3, the finale, the tiebreaker against Anna's team. It'll probably be next weekend, not this weekend. All right, we're over 7K. I'm always exhausted after these early streams, so I'm going to take a break. But for sure on Saturday night I'll be streaming. Tomorrow night we'll see how I'm feeling after the lesson. It's our group lesson program. You can check it out, !learn. Oh, definitely not Mattis. I'm running far away from that. But I appreciate the support today, guys. 170 subs. We got a great result from Eric against a higher rated player. Another draw with the black pieces. He's undefeated in the tournament. Tune back in tomorrow, 8:15 a.m. to see if we can keep that up. All right, currently Offer Spill, I can let you guys know, is in 3rd place. I just caught that on the official broadcast. They're in 3rd place with the best tie breaks. So 3rd place, they are of course behind some of the other squads, but a very, very good good result. So 3rd place, and with a win tomorrow, they can definitely push into 2nd place. Depends what happens with this Novibor team, who's just absolutely dominating right now. But 3rd place, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to send off the raid now. And there's a lot of places we can send you guys to. Oh, there really are some interesting streams. It's always a different lay of the land, you know? When you stream at like early and then all of a sudden you're ending your stream, often when I would usually start it. So I'm not used to all the people streaming right now that I don't usually see. Yep, we can send you guys over to Big Bort. Bye, everybody. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed the commentary. Like I said, a dub for the team. That's the result we need. Might take a midday nap. Bye for now. And see you tomorrow, bright and early, 8:15 a.m. Eastern Time. I haven't missed one yet. We're on an early schedule. So get your coffee and I'll see you guys then. Gonna send you guys over to Bortnik right now. Alexander Bortnik. A buddy and a much stronger chess playing buddy than me. Maybe he's grinding out some tournaments right now or some blitz by the looks of it. So go say hi.